but I just want to welcome you. My name's Jen Beard, and I'm a Senior Program Officer at Mozilla. I'm a co-director of the Responsible Computer Science Challenge, along with Kathy Pham, whose vision and hard work has organizing today's event has brought us all together. So big thanks to her. And then we're humbled to have more than 200 attendees representing nearly 20 countries today. Some of them are not on yet, but I'm sure will be joining us throughout the day and then through the recordings afterwards. And we will be learning more about teaching responsible computing around the world from so many of you. We know this is only the start of broadening this collaboration between all of you passionate educators, and we are thrilled to have you here. Since 2018, Mozilla, Omidyar Network, and Schmidt Futures, and Craig Newmark Philanthropies have been working towards integrating ethics into undergraduate computer science education with 20 US-based colleges and universities. With a variety of approaches and a strong cohort of schools collaborating together, we're excited to share resources and updates with you through the responsiblecs.org website. It's our hope that along with yours, this leads to a culture shift in the tech industry for good. As the first phase of the challenge wraps up at the end of this year, we're looking forward to sharing news in the coming months of what the next phase will look like. I'd just like to make a note that we will be adhering to the Mozilla Community Participation Guidelines today. Openness, collaboration, and participation are core aspects of our work. We gain strength from diversity and actively seek participation from those who enhance it. The guidelines exist to enable diverse individuals and groups to interact and collaborate to mutual advantage. If you have any issues regarding them with other participants today, please feel free to email us at responsiblecs@mozillafoundation.org. We will also be recording the lightning talks and the panels, so if you don't wish to be on camera, feel free to face mute. I'd now like to introduce J. Bob Alota, the Vice President of Global Programs at Mozilla. Bob is responsible for leading the Insights team, which conducts Mozilla's annual Internet Health Report, the MozFest team, who produces Mozilla's annual Global Festival each year, and the Fellowship and Awards team, which includes the Responsible Computer Science Challenge, to give us a few remarks. Maybe.
Bob, are you here? If not, I can jump in.
Yeah,
Bob,
jump in and I'll
at the end. All right, hi everyone. Many of you have seen emails from me, so I'm really excited to see everyone on chat, in the doc, and really your faces here today. I'm here with a few logistics, give you a lay of the land for what to expect today. And really just thank you for spending time with us in the middle of your summer, in the middle of the Olympics, in the middle of a pandemic. Just thank you for taking time out to spend time with us. For those of you who are giving talks, for preparing, for planning, and just for being open with sharing so much with the community. As Jen mentioned, this is something that as Mozilla, we've been working with other collaborators and funders on for a few years now with a core 20 colleges and universities. And we're excited to be able to support a more global cohort and really think of ways to continue to build this community. So let me go ahead and share my screen with a few slides and we can get started. So Jen mentioned our community guidelines. There's a link here. That's the email address. We'll drop that in chat as well as a shared doc in case you need it. There are two things we really want to bring to your attention: the Teaching Responsible Computing Playbook and the Global Teaching Responsible Computing Community of Practice. So what those two are the playbook is a collaboration of about 30 different faculty members / educators / teachers from around the world who are teaching responsible computing across disciplines, across institutions. Some of them aren't part of any particular institution. So if you are looking to add to that, let us know. There's a form on the site for you to fill out. It ranges in topics from how to even choose which computing class to start with, to discussing race, justice, and equity in the classroom, to difficult conversations, to managing resistance, to thinking about tenure if you're doing this kind of work, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And there's a global teaching community of practice. So what that is basically a listserv. We have a sign up form, and it's open for anyone in the listserv to email each other to continue the community as well. There's a link here that Jen has been popping into chat. It's for today, for the summit. It's a public editable document. If you don't have access to Google in your country for whatever reason, you still want to contribute, perhaps use the chat or send us a message. But please pop in there to do your introductions. There are sections where you can just share out thoughts along the day, any potential opportunities you want to share with other folks. And so please use that. And I'll go over the agenda and the breakout sessions as well. And I want to call out this link again. It's a tiny URL, but Jen again has also been putting it into chat. So throughout the day, feel free to pop in there and add your details, anything you're comfortable sharing, and really just anything you want folks to take away or contact you in. And we're hoping that can help build this community as well. So what to expect today? We'll be together until about 5:15 Eastern time with various breaks in between. And today's broken up into 3 sections: lightning rounds, panels, and breakouts. The lightning rounds will be the next hour and a half. Each lightning speaker has 3 minutes to talk. And Jess will kick us off with that, with a great example of how to stay to 3 minutes. And you're also welcome to share your own ideas and notes as in the doc as well as they come to you. If you think of a link you want to share out or something. And then from there, we'll go into 3 different panels. There's so many different topics, but we thought these would be really great for discussion based on just the past year of doing work. So we'll have a panel on cross-institution collaboration, a teaching team panel with the students who are behind this work. So 2 undergrads and a PhD student doing this work, working with the various faculty members. And a very important topic in this area is the interdisciplinary component. If there's one thing we've learned from supporting the 20 colleges and universities doing this work, is that there's no way we can do this work if we were to stay in our computing silos. And so we have folks from social work, philosophy, Department of Education, learning sciences, and computer science. So there's so many more. With the Responsible Computer Science Challenge, we've been so enriched by learnings from the history department and humanistic studies and so many different fields that really have changed how we think about computing. So we're really excited to wrap up the day with that as well. And this includes an action item for some of you. We've suggested a few breakout sessions, and we have facilitators for a few of them. We need a facilitator for each half hour, from 4 to 4:30 and 4:30 to 5:30. So if you're interested in being a facilitator, all that means is you're in the room, you make sure different folks have an opportunity to talk, and you help guide the conversation along. Please go to the shared document and sign up at the bottom of the doc, just simply by putting your name next to the topic area. And if there's something on here, or if there's something not on here that you really, really want to discuss with other people, feel free to add it to the list and put your name by it, and we'll make sure there's a breakout session for that as well. So we're hoping this would be a really informal session for folks to chat and collaborate and get to know each other more. And we'll get back to it. So we ask that you do that by the end of the 55-minute breakout, so the end right before the panel, so we have time to look through all of them. And I just realized I hadn't introduced myself. I'm at Mozilla and I work along with Jen Beard, who has been the mastermind behind getting us to execute everything responsible computer science at Mozilla. I'm the computer science fellow. I also teach a class called Product Management Society at Harvard, thinking about how do we build better products in tech. And with that, Bob, are you here? We will turn it over to yay! And yes. Bob will tell us a lot more about the mission of this work and its impact in the greater, broader society and so forth. Bob.
Thank you, Kathy. And in case anybody was really worried, my Zoom is updated now, so that's very important. I just really want to extend my deep gratitude to everyone who's joined us today. By virtue of being here, you already know that we can't remain passive if we expect advances in technology to ever model at scale the greatest benefit for people, instead of ensuring the consolidation of power and profit, which will only ever benefit a self-selected few. And I'm really excited about today. I think of today as like a bastion of good news, right? Because we already deal in the intangible. Whether you're at this gathering as an educator, a scientist, a builder, a technologist, a student, an activist, a philanthropist, or all of the above, we already deal in what already feels untouchable, right? Knowledge, science, data, code, and the systems which generate each of their production. We are the ones to come together and build a more robust way that is intersectional, interdisciplinary, asks hard questions, come up with harder answers. That's our charge, and that's the motivation behind today. Mozilla is really proud to nurture responsible computer science as a discipline and a program, because so much of our work as an organization is centered on reimagining the world if we didn't adhere to a status quo. And most of us, whether we're from the global majority instead of the global north, people of color, women, curious people, LGBTQI folks, migrating populations, and so many others, we usually have to hold narratives that are counter to the structural inequities we face. And we endeavor specifically into this work because it is a rare moment to impact the systems, the infrastructure, and the ground, or the home base, if you will, from which the future is to be built. So here, inside of this rubric of responsible computer science, root cause becomes de-invisibilized, and we get to dream up a better way together, and we get to teach it, and we get to bring it into fruition. And that's really inspiring, and it is very rare to actually get to touch those moments or feel like those moments are redoable. I think a lot of us feel can feel the weight of inequity and structural inequities and not feel like we have the power to change those things, or that they feel so daunting and so far away. And I think that that's the core tenet of the responsible computer science challenges. What if we just started from right here and right now and committed to a long game together? And so Mozilla really centers an open internet for all. We have a core commitment to trustworthy AI, but the only way we'll be able to bring that to fruition is by intervening where we can, being smart and purposeful about the here and now, and then also remembering that our building blocks and the foundation of our work actually need to change and look differently than they were when we started. And so I know Jen introduced me a little bit, but I just really want to welcome everyone here and to share. So I'm the Vice President of Global Programs. That means all of our grant making and our fellowships fall under me, our research and analysis under our insights team, MozFest, which I urge all of you to attend, whether virtually or in person, which is a gathering and a beautiful party, and Responsible Computer Science Challenge and today's event fall firmly at the nexus of so much of what we do in global programs. And it's a shining star in that way, because we're very clear that everything that we want to make happen, we can't do by ourselves. And by virtue of you being on this call, you're proving our point in the best way possible. So I have the good fortune of working with Kathy and Jen really closely, but the even gooder fortune to show up on calls like this with all of y'all. So thank you, and I hope today's proves to be as inspirational as the agenda would suggest. Thanks, Kathy.
Thanks so much, Bob. All right, everyone. In the spirit of staying on time, we are going to jump right in to our lightning talks. Oops, let's see. Okay, they're broken up into 3 sets. This is the first round, and just thank you again for kicking us off. You'll find that throughout the 30 different talks, the theme is teaching responsible computing, but folks come at it from so many different angles, from computer science programs, or computing programs, to information schools, to history departments, to education departments, different aspects of the world. So we're really excited to learn and hear from so many of you. So with that, we'll kick it off with Jess. And the way this will work is every 3 minutes, the slides will advance. And we won't be interrupting with any introductions, so we'll just go to the next person. So if you're up next, be on deck. And the plan is to stay on time, and everyone will have 3 minutes, and we'll end at the 30-minute mark, and we'll take a 10-minute break. So with that, Jess, I'll have you kick us off.
Morning, everybody. Camera off just in case internet, and I am not a bot. Code underlies contemporary life. Code is social and it is political. It is the material driving systems and experiences. It is data, algorithms, software, networks, communications. A creative coding approach shares material with computer science. It shares languages, syntax, logic, and the use of this material to produce systems and generate artifacts. In contrast to traditional computer science approaches, creative coding specifically attempts a low barrier to entry, recognizing and encouraging diverse motives and participation, while emphasizing literacies, errors, and progress over efficiency and optimization. Positionality is a formalized statement used in research study context. It recognizes social and political forces at play. Positionality addresses and dismantles old-timey claims that information is objective, that experience can be known through universal truths, and intents and process are neutral. Positionality goes beyond external categories and takes into account daily life, vulnerabilities, worldviews, relationships, bias, etc. In learning scenarios, positionality matters. This includes the positionality of the instructors, of the learners, students, and the material content itself, including code and code practices. I bring and share this positionality to my teaching scenarios. Jess Westbrook is a T1D cyborg holding feminist, non-binary, queer, and transdisciplinary worldviews. As a post-human crip, dependent on medical devices for decades, Westbrook has a love-hate relationship with the data, technologies, and systems keeping them alive. My collaborator, Paige Treebridge, is an intersectional rad femme lesbian of trans experience. She practices and researches the construction of reality as it happens in social networks and power structures. She orbits the domains of HCI, queer computing, and cybersecurity. Her work in artificial intelligence and machine learning explores the potential to develop trans queer approaches to linguistic reality manipulation at the level of code, data, form, and pattern. The students, learners, and collaborators we intersect with are of all ages and stages. Every individual is invited to operate and engage on their own terms from their own positionalities and priorities. Imposters and trespassers, mishaps, chaos, and weird, resisting standardized timing are always welcomed and encouraged. Together, we use code to capture and manipulate data, automate behaviors, engage in network activity. These are powerful mechanisms used by people, by governments, and corporations. Creative coding primes a broader range of learners towards a creative and critical relationship with the invisible systems underlying and driving our contemporary lives.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Aditya Jori. I'm a professor at George Mason University in the Information Sciences and Technology department. And today I'm going to talk briefly about an NSF-funded project on role play case studies for teaching ethics of algorithms. This is collaborative work with Josefa Rangwala, Alex Monet, and my graduate student, Ashish. So what we are trying to do through this project is to get our students to think about technology beyond a technological determinist perspective. So idea is that they will and we know from the situated learning literature, from the learning sciences, that one way to do this is to provide students a way to play different roles within a scenario and then be able to learn from the perspective of others. And so to accomplish this, what we did is we designed a range of case studies, 4 so far, which are 2 to 3 pages in length, and each has 6 different roles that students can play. So we give students these cases and literature to study in advance. Then they come together to discuss these from the roles that they have prepared. And based on this, these are moderated discussions. They are also, we have tried where students are allowed to run them on their own. And they both work. The moderated one by faculty and TA work better. And they last from like 20 minutes to 45 minutes. They are pre-post discussion assignments. And we have implemented everything online largely because this project started last year and we have all been teaching online. And what we have found across IT courses, CS courses, and even first-year engineering courses is that students report a shift in perspective, both through their self-reported data, as well as responses to questions that they give, and our analysis of their open-ended responses. So there's a lot of evidence that we have that this works in shifting students' perspective overall. And we have just submitted, and 2 papers are coming soon, and the Engineering Education ASEE Conference and Frontiers in Education Conference. And I also want to say at this time that we are open to sharing these cases. So if anyone wants to use them, and including all the curriculum that goes with it, we are happy to share it. And the 4 case studies we have is the Boeing disaster, facial recognition for COVID, algorithmic lending, and the Volkswagen Dieselgate disaster. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Alicia Grube. I'm a teaching scholar at Smith College. And so I teach a senior seminar on responsible computing. And one of the issues that I found is that students are really uncomfortable having risky conversations or presenting ideas that are counter to their own worldview. And so I was looking for a way to kind of make students feel more able to take risks, as well as create a safer space. And so I've been collaborating with one of my colleagues in the learning science community at Smith. And so he developed the BRAVE framework specifically to help middle school children collaborate better on math projects. And so the BRAVE framework is all about conversation. So B is building on other people's ideas, R, risk have formed thoughts, A, ask good questions, B, value others' contributions, and E, use evidence when supporting your arguments. So I kind of use the BRAVE framework across all of the conversations we have in my seminar. And I introduce it through the reading, through the published reading on day 1, and ask the students to read this and then carefully consider which letter in BRAVE they think they're best at in terms of having conversations, and which one they're going to work on throughout the semester to challenge themselves and improve. And then we revisit this idea in a survey in week 6, as well as week 12. And so in the seminar, if there's a quiet time, I say, like, can anyone else build on someone else's idea? And so what I found is this is a really useful tool for my teaching toolbox in getting students to engage and play devil's advocate and feel like they don't necessarily need to know everything to try and discuss an idea. So the results, I've done this two semesters now, and my students overwhelmingly love this framework. It says they every year in my evaluations, students directly call it out and say it helps them speak up more in class. It helped them advance the conversation and get more into nuanced discussion. And some even said that it helps them feel like we created a safer space for them and their identities. So going forward, I will plan to use this. I also teach CS1, and so I want to incorporate this when we talk about ethics in CS1, as well as general learning of programming with regards to, I teach Python. My senior colleagues have also decided that this is a great idea. So I would encourage you to consider trying this in your classroom or in industry if you want to have a brave conversation with your collaborators or students. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Eric Botts. I'm with the University of St. Thomas. And I want to suggest let's craft a code of conduct for the internet, why ethics matters. Our global connectivity through the digital medium that we know as the internet has been a revolution in human progress. Billions of people have at their beck and call the ability to access information from an almost unbelievable diversity of sources. Scientists, researchers, entrepreneurs, business people, students, and politicians can form alliances, foster partnerships, and build relationships on a wider scale than ever before. For many, this digital platform provides the substance of meaningful interaction. With its development, the internet spawned an outpouring of utopian predictions of an interconnected world of discovery, collaboration, free expression, and equality. Although, as with any new technological process, it wasn't too long before darker forces recognized its more nefarious potential. Ransomware, phishing, theft of sensitive personal information, supply chain disruptions, denial of service attacks have become daily occurrences and entered into our common vocabulary. Now, the vision of a future of the internet is somewhat dimmer. However, the promise of a bright future remains even as darker clouds are forming on the horizon. While technical solutions to address the impact of bad actors are necessary, we must also address the inclination to do harm. What I ask is that we all join in a process to craft a code of conduct for the internet and that we adopt an inclusive, multi-stakeholder approach. And in so doing, we keep in mind the following principles. Let's remember that the internet and the computer technology upon which it operates are tools, powerful tools, but tools nonetheless. And that any technology developed for use in human society must place primacy on human agency to the furtherance of human flourishing. That we strive for universality of values such as inclusion, equity, privacy, free expression, and civility, among others, as we consider how to go about crafting a code of conduct. Finally, that the process in so doing must include voices from civil society, governments, consumers, the academy, the private sector, technologists and researchers, but most assuredly the youth, particularly the youth, as these technologies are shaping the future of the society wherein they will live and work. So let the conversation begin. Thank you.
Hi, I am Casey Fiesler, and I am a professor at University of Colorado Boulder. So I wish that I could talk to you for longer than 3 minutes. And so with that in mind, this thumbnail here is for a video essay that I have on YouTube that includes a much longer version of what I'm about to say, including more information about the project that I did as part of the Responsible Computer Science Challenge, along with some of my colleagues noted in the clip of a paper that we have here, which was work to integrate ethics into introductory programming classes at my university. So we published the 6C paper about this as well, and all the things that I'm mentioning here, including copies of assignments, are at the link on my website that's here. So unlike Evan, who is conveniently about to talk right after me, I was not teaching the classes that we did this intervention in, which means that one of the priorities was an intervention that placed as little burden as possible on the instructors. And so with that in mind, we took existing assignments and we tweaked them to bring up ethical issues in the context while teaching the same coding principles. So this therefore requires minimal reworking of the structure of the class and minimal additional grading, et cetera. So the assignments that we tested, and this was in 2019 and 2020, were about personalized ads on social media and also college admissions algorithms. And we're finalizing 2 more now that are about recidivism algorithms and password cracking. And the lightweight evaluation that we did of these assignments with the students was pretty promising, and there's more about that in the paper. But I also want to give you this sort of a high level argument for why intro programming is a good place to start. So first, it emphasizes that ethics is part of the technical practice of computer science. So it's not a PR add-on, it's not a side hustle, it's not a specialization only for ethics experts, and it shouldn't be a single class that you take your senior year and never hear about, anything about it before that. I also think that including ethics and related concepts is also a way to bring real world context into these early computing classes that might increase engagement. And finally, and I think this is really important, it ensures that everyone who learns any coding also learns that ethics is part of that practice, because a lot of people only take one programming class, and even computer science majors might drop out of college and start tech companies before they get to their required ethics class that should have been their senior year. And so I would argue that we should include ethical issues, social impact, social justice, and related issues throughout the entire computing curriculum, but that we should be starting at day one for that. So again, there are some more resources, including links to these assignments, and there'll be more information along with those soon at this link, and I'm happy to talk more. Thanks.
I was really excited to see Casey go before me because I can just tell you to copy paste everything she said to the front of my talk. My name is Evan Peck. I'm a professor at Bucknell University. And so instead of focusing on kind of how we integrated the very similar assignments into our course, I want to talk a little bit more sort of some of the patterns and trends I've seen from now doing it for a couple of years. So we, in 2019, we developed 5 to 7 responsible programming assignments, all at ethicalcs.github.io. And that's a course that roughly a quarter of our whole student body gets through at some point before graduation. We've had about 5 different instructors teach it. And after doing this for a couple of years, I think there are a couple of interesting things that are starting to bubble up. The first one is typically at the end of these assignments, what we often do is have students fill out a form that tells them to ask a couple questions that they're wrestling with. In the past, this was always about if statements or for loops or functions. And what was really interesting is as we started integrating these responsible computing assignments, we started seeing those questions shift a little bit, right? More questions asking about fairness and how do I design this to fit different groups of people, which is really interesting because it feels like we're starting to redefine what students see is the core part of the course. And of course, when you change this issue of what's normal in CS, remember, these are students hitting the course for the first time. They don't know what's normal. Some weird things can happen too. So for example, my teaching evaluations, I actually get more students saying that they want more societal computing, which confused me because I added so much until I realized that most of our assignments were in the first third of the course. And now they're seeing the absence a lot more clearly, right? We're normalizing that, yes, we do integrate societal impact. But of course, doing this has also sparked my mind in thinking a bunch of different directions too. So things I'd love to talk to you some about are what's the correlation or the analogy to the deliberate practice we give students in other technical, like you see a for loop in an activity and then a project and across courses. What are the rhythms and repetitions of responsible computing? Another one that I've been thinking about lately a lot is I really want to distinguish between ethical decision making, which I feel like a lot of the assessment focuses on. Here's an ethical situation, make a decision about it, and more towards how can I capture whether I'm helping students be critical of technology unprompted, right? How do I capture that habit making? And finally, we've noticed that some of our best students that have the best insights and best discussion, they come from backgrounds in women and gender studies and social science and sociologies. What is the math correlation to external requirements we should be requiring for computer science, not in our department? What are the responsible course requirements? So anyways, you can see the URL there if you want to see my activities, but I'd love to chat more about any of this stuff.
Hey everyone, good morning to everyone. Good evening from Spain, Bilbao, Basque Country, north of Spain. I'm just giving today a brief approach to Tecnoetica initiative. It's based on some pillars that show me that we play similar tune. First pillar is that ethical can be taught and learned, and does not come straightforward many times. It's a rationality that has his own language, his methodology, his argumentation strategies, and enable us to identify, analyze, solve ethical dilemmas, producing principles that guide the future action. This means that it can be taught again, and it can be introduced, for example, as we do in our knowledge transfer teams in company for training programs, for example. University of Deusto in Bilbao has a competence applicable to all the degrees called ethical sense. All the degrees, laws, business, psychology, you name it, has this ethical sense competence that develops through a 360 degrees approach all around the institution, with the specific subjects, with a transversal introduction of ethical aspects in all the subjects, in all the faculties, not only engineering, again, and also an approach that tries to permeate to the organization itself, the university. In fact, we have a Deusto Declaration on Human Rights in Digital Environments. Conceiving ethics that way, similar to the way you have shown, we have an initiative, Tecnoetica, which aims to introduce ethical reflection at all levels in engineering faculty. And the last step forward we have produced last years, and it's the one I came here to share with you, is the inclusion and evaluation of ethical competence in final degree projects, at degree and master and even at PhD levels. This is an initiative developed by a big team with engineers, philosophers, etc. We have defined, adapted the competence of ethical sense, introducing an evaluation criteria with different levels to evaluate, to assess the introduction of this ethical sense competence in the different degrees. We think this is a path to check, and it's a track we should follow. The success and the impact in the students so far is really very good. Thanks very much.
Hello, my name is Sierra Gilliam. Hello, my name is Sierra Gilliam, and I am a PhD student at Georgia State University. Hello, everybody. My name is Sierra Gilliam. I am a PhD student at Georgia State University. I am advised under Dr. Benjamin Shaperio. My PhD studies has an intersection of geography, computer science, and education. So today I'm going to talk to you a little bit about a project that we are working on in collaboration with Vanderbilt University. The title of our project is Mapping Self in Society. MySelf is a flexible teaching framework that allows students to collect, process, and visualize their physical movement data in ways that support critical reflection about personal data, data privacy, and data ethics. Please go check out our website. I dropped a link in our chat. So our framework is divided into 5 activities. The first activity allows students to collect their physical movement data as GPS traces over a day or a week. You are able to download this app in the iOS App Store or Android Marketplace. You then can, in activity 2, convert the data into a more human readable format. In activity 3, students are allowed to create one or multiple thematic maps of their local environment. Activity 4 allows students to visualize their physical movement data over different thematic maps with other people to explore relationships between themselves and society. And lastly, activity 4. This allows students to reflect on their experiences from a data ethics perspective. We want to share a quote from one of our former computer science students who experienced using these teaching frameworks. When asked to share our location data with the class, I opt out. At the time, this was very rational thinking. I live off campus. I'm a small female. I don't want people to know where I live when I'm at home. After discussion, I realized that this was a ridiculous line of thinking, as I rarely opt out of giving apps on my phone access to my location. Pair that information with my social media presence, search history, and payment history, and someone to looking to do harm would have comprehensive amount of information to do so. This exercise has made me rethink who has access to my data. Thanks for your time. Please feel free to reach out for us to connect or if you would like to collaborate more with our team.
Hello, I'm Roland Mayo. I'm a PhD student studying computer science at Columbia University, advised by Augustine Chain-Tro. And I'm going to talk about one of the projects that we've been working on for the Mozilla Responsible Computer Science Challenge. The main task for the challenge is to integrate ethics into the teaching of computing. And in the AdBloom project, we wanted to test an approach that tackles one of the main problems. A common perception that the ethical issues raised by computing technologies are somehow separate and distinct from the technical matters of design and implementation. Although this may sometimes be the case, we take the position that for some computing technologies, this description is not only inaccurate, but it's also a limited view of the technical matters too. We focus on privacy because today there is a rich and ethically expressive collection of technical tools that allow technologists to make concrete technical decisions to implement their privacy values and consciously make trade-offs, not just between their privacy values, but also between their privacy and technical values. In other words, for responsible technologists, sometimes there is no boundary between the ethics and techniques of privacy. The approach we propose aims to demonstrate this by presenting the students with an interesting problem that has a trivial technical solution if privacy considerations are not taken into account, but which is much more challenging when privacy considerations are taken into account. And crucially, how technical tools can be used to meaningfully engage the privacy issues. To implement our approach, we focus on the following problem in a social networks class. Do others see what I see in online advertising? So a naive solution to this problem is just to have everyone exchange all of their ads with everyone else, which has a very high risk of revealing sensitive information. And so we show the students a more sophisticated privacy-preserving solution that better controls information revelation using a multi-round cryptographic protocol. We introduce these ideas to the students and bring this problem to life by implementing the protocol in our AdBloom web application so that they can collaborate to answer the question. Of course, to have the students participate, we put in place additional controls and protections. So for example, students don't have to submit their own ads or even any ads if they don't want to. And one of the nice things about the protocol that this illustrates is that if they submit nothing, then they can learn nothing too from the activity. So we've prototyped AdBloom in 2 classes over 2 semesters so far, and we intend to conduct a more thorough research study this fall. We're excited to potentially collaborate on this cross-institutionally, so if you're interested, let's talk or contact me. Some student highlights are on the slide. I'll add a final one at the moment, and that is their reactions to the results are interestingly mixed. Some students are very surprised when they see that other people don't see some of the same ads as them, while some other students are completely unsurprised by this. And thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Victoria. I'm a social scientist doing a PhD in computer science. And as many of you know, changes in undergrad curriculums often take years to set place. And if you wish to introduce something new, questions and discussions will arise what to replace it with instead. And when we try to argue that we should integrate more social issues such as gender equality and decolonization into the curriculum, with the argument that our students need basic democratic education because they will design systems in the future that will affect many people, we experienced a lot of resistance from within the department, particularly coming from lecturers and educators themselves. The standard response that we experienced was that technology is neutral and it just depends how it is used. A very small fraction of lecturers, however, were interested but they were themselves not educated enough on these issues and therefore didn't know where to start. And this is when we realized that we need to begin this conversation here, educating the educators before we can do meaningful change for the students as well. And while gender issues and ethical issues have been gaining track in the recent years in computer science, race equality and decolonization is still very niche. And so a group of engaged PhD students and postdocs I'm a part of started to compile a reading list mainly targeted for senior academics, but also for early career researchers, such as who will act as teaching assistants as well. And you can see the different categories that we compiled on the slide. And we added papers and articles from diverse fields such as computer science, especially HCI, science and technology studies, sociology, linguistics, and other fields. And the core categories are why, what, and how to decolonize computer science. So this is meant to be a brief introduction into why this is actually important. Then the second one is about the history and why it matters for the present, especially how science and racism have a very long history together. And this objectification that we do in computer science, how does it impact the way how we think about race and other issues where it's about categorizations. The third one is about everyday racism in IT, which we also called master slave. There's great works from Amrut looking into everyday racism experienced by Indian tech workers in Germany. I recommend everyone to read it. The fourth one is called The Systems We Build, Claims of Data Neutrality and Racial Bias, focuses mainly on algorithms and AI and systems that create discrimination. The fifth one is a bit more positive tone, and it's called What Now? Decolonize in Practice. And this is how to make systems that do not oppress. And here we try to focus a lot on the focus point of Black women, especially. And the sixth one finally is called Radical Infrastructures, where we basically at the moment have very little, but the great book from Uya Benjamin, Abolitionist Tools for a New Jim Code, Race After Technology is the book title. We've been trying to add other fields as well for those who want to have a broader technological, theoretical framework called critical technocultural discourse analysis. And we also started to add links and audio resources. So I can post the link into the chat, and I've also already put it in the Google Docs. So if you want to look at the resources or want to add, please feel free. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. With a room mostly of academics, we managed to stay on time. So thank you, everyone, for that first round of incredible lightning talks. I know I'll be processing for quite some time. To stay on time, we'll take a 7-minute break instead and be back at 12:10. And with that, we will turn on a little music and see you all back in about seven minutes. Back. Hopefully folks are back. We are on round 2 of our lightning rounds, and we're excited to get started, and we'll go ahead and kick off with Heather. Same format. The slides will advance every 3 minutes, and the next person goes. Heather.
Hi, everyone. We haven't met before. My name is Heather Leeson. I'm Digital Innovation Lead at the International Federation of Red Cross, Red Crescent Societies in the Innovation Unit, which is Solferino Academy. So today I might seem like an odd character here. I'm not a researcher. I'm not an academic, but I am your fan. I want to see how we can better use people before data, how we can have technology shaped by good values and principles. I hear that one of our colleagues earlier talked about ethics. And then how can we design better with local context and local languages? And so I am not a software developer. I'm a technologist and a humanitarian, and I'm a new humanitarian. So I want to walk you through why would a humanitarian be caring about how you're teaching software and responsible software? There is some homework at the end of this. One, Solferino Academy is a think, do, tank. We're there to transform the largest humanitarian organization in the world. We have 192 national societies and 13.7 million volunteers around the world doing beautiful work. Sometimes technology and data is part of that. Certainly, we are not the first humanitarian organization to say that sometimes tech is shaping our work versus us shaping the tech. And so we need to get into working closer with people who are designing and doing that. And I feel like we need to start with universities. I have 2 examples that I want to show you how we partnered and what some of the outputs were, and then some homework in terms of what next, okay? And so the first example is that we've worked over the last couple of years with 2 universities, Monash University out of Australia and Newcastle Open Lab in the UK. Now, Monash University, they have a program called Action IT, which is thinking about how to embed responsible computing impact courses for students designed with humanitarians. So we built out a whole program called Limitless, which is a large youth engagement program in 17 languages using social media that has reached thousands of people. We have now 500 applicants, and that's due to computer science students and language students within that university shaping it. So they're changing humanitarian response while they're learning how to do the work that they're doing. The second example I have is with universities is Newcastle University Open Lab. Last year, we ran a 10,000 person event called Climate Red. We did this on an open source platform. Sorry, everything we do here is open source as much as possible in Solferino. But Climate Red was a platform that they built by students, by PhD students to be able to test. They're all writing papers around this, but at the same time, they're having a huge impact by helping us connect our global network. That's my first example. My second example is really more about the data skills. Now, when I say data is a team sport, we all know that data is part of everyone's job in humanitarian work. We're just doing it unequally, and there's certainly a lot of power mechanisms in that. So our team has designed a data playbook, which thousands of people have co-created. In this playbook, we have exercises, checklists, games, scenarios to try and help people use data, and we do it in a social learning way. So with that, I'll pause and thank you. And there's lots of notes. You wanted me to end. Okay.
Hi there. I believe that we are entering an area of responsible computing, an area where technology and business behavior is much more aligned again with societies and individuals' needs. Just in time, when the reach of technology is extending into more and more sensitive and complex areas. Technology impacts everyday interactions with ourselves, friends, and family. It affects our lives as employees, customers, and citizens. We as technologies must actively take responsibility for these impacts and the unintended consequences of our work, amplifying the positive and mitigating the negative. I, Alexander, say this as technologist working in the industry. The company I'm working for is ThoughtWorks, a global tech consulting company, active in 17 countries and having more than 9,000 employees. Next to our social change framework and the work we do, 2 things I would like to share with you today. One is the Green Cloud offering and open source tools that we provide to reduce the cloud carbon footprint. And the other one is the Responsible Tech Playbook, which we will release soon. The book highlights some of the leading tools that any organization or team can realistically adopt, tools that can help analyze technology and development practices and processes for their potential ethical challenges and start the path for a more responsible practice. Tools we are working on to include into industry practices. Practices ThoughtWorks has multiple times been involved in defining. What we are offering is like catalyzing tech practices into like responsible tech practices into the industry and back. Sharing the book with you. If you are interested in, just drop in as an email and we send it to you. Thirdly, as you are educators, and I heard that your students look for companies and professional communities that care about ethics, I can recommend ThoughtWorks. What we are seeking for is really like good research, or at least I seek that. If you come across anything, please share it. As I'm outside and disconnected from the academic discourse, there aren't enough cross-sector events such as this. It's sometimes hard to really stay in touch. Also, as we scale our internal training on responsible tech, any curriculum and evidence training ideas you have, please forward them. And last but not least, please reach out for any partnerships to do research on applied responsible computing and develop our community practice further. Thank you.
Hey, everybody. Thank you to the Mozilla Foundation for having me. My name's Cam Flowers. Yes, that's my real last name, but we don't have time for that. I'm the founder and CEO of Floreo Labs, which is a creative technology incubator focused on community-centered design and innovation. We do a lot of work in K-12, higher ed, and workforce development. And my background is in engineering, education management, sociolinguistics, and community organizing. I personally identify as a responsible creative technologist, which means that I specifically use my work to forward movements on social equity. Today, I'm talking a little bit about design thinking, critical pedagogy, and the power of coding. And I want to highlight a couple of my favorite kind of takeaways from teaching in a responsible format in this manner. First up, language is technology, right? It's a well-formulated system for transforming the world around us, right? Our interactions and all of our communication predicate our experiences as people. And equity-based discussions are also linguistic ones, right? So determining how to share space and remove the social hierarchies in our language is really what's tantamount to creating systems of equity in all facets. Programming languages quite literally teach us how to operate systems, and I argue that our sociolinguistics need to kind of do the same, right? By understanding the power of language and our intentionality behind that, we can create better systems and do more impactful work in the tech sector. Paulo Freire, a Brazilian education theorist and educator and who wrote the seminal work, The Pedagogy of the Oppressed, really highlights this concept in his work, talking about how we need to remove hierarchies in the classroom, transform our language to allow for students to be seen as teachers. So that's my next point too, is creating classrooms wherein the teacher-student dynamic is flipped, where everyone is co-intentionally learning together, really creates environments where students feel more engaged in the content and have the ability to develop revolutionary processes necessary for liberation and conversations about equity and justice. This pedagogy really develops this critical consciousness, and I argue that in a programming context, that's extremely important, especially given what everyone's saying about ethics and responsibility in general. I also believe that Paulo Freire ties really well into the design thinking process as you think about empathy as kind of the key. Right. In his work in critical pedagogy, he speaks a lot about how we need to better create systems that allow for there to be an even linguistic playing field, which in and of itself is empathy, right? Creating the space for others to share and be seen in the right context. I believe that design thinking as a framework predicates itself on this context as well, as we develop the habits of asking questions that allow us to become critical of the world around us and further empathize with those we want to create solutions for. To do that, we have to get students to ask why and figure out the how themselves, right? Instead of creating solutions for them, help them understand why, the impact behind what they're doing. By doing that, we give them more autonomy in the coding and also give them a reason to want to continue to do that work. And working with ethnic minorities and folks who are underrepresented in the tech sector, I found that to be one of the most pivotal ways to get people to boost their engagement in the field. We want to encourage students to actively contribute to the world around them. In order to do that, we need to give them the power they need to support the social movements of their time. And at Floreo Labs, our organization is forwarding this movement around critical technology in this capacity. And I'd love to connect with anyone doing the same.
Hello, thank you for having me. I just feel like an honored guest at your party. My name is Denise Dreher. I'm a computer programmer who currently works at a college in Minneapolis, Macalester College. I've been interested in ethics and artificial intelligence for a long time, just as a personal curiosity, and started collecting resources. And as you may know, if you've ever done some research or looked on just Googling on the web, this field is exploding. So if I do a search right now for artificial intelligence and ethics, it'll be about 124 million records returned and growing. And also the keywords for what to search on are changing. It's AI alignment, responsible AI, human compatible AI, beneficial AI, and there's new things coming in every day. There's also different kinds of items that you can find when you're looking in this field. There's books, there's articles, journal articles, news articles, there's documentaries, wonderful PBS documentaries. There's lectures on YouTube, there's great podcasts. There's also a community building with lots of organizations and events going on. There's so much going on. And I wanted to just focus in on what are the things that are useful for teachers and for students. So as I put all of these resources together, I realized what I really needed was a database. And so I've developed a website that's a portal of just links to all different kinds of items that are useful in ethics and artificial intelligence, and also teaching ethics in general and moral education. The website is called Explore AI Ethics, and it's set up with topic tags that are interdisciplinary. So if you're teaching in philosophy, or if you're teaching in psychology, or you're teaching in gender studies, you can click on your topic and see what's going on in AI and ethics in your field. The future plans for the website are to collect open access syllabi and curriculum, and also to have a section on debate topics. It's kind of a grab and go thing that you could use in your different classrooms. I'm happy to receive any of your ideas of resources to include, and especially interested in any kind of curriculum that you've developed. I know that several of you who are on this Zoom meeting today are already listed on the website, and I'm so happy to be able to highlight the work you're doing. So congratulations, and thank you for welcoming me to your community.
Let's talk about civic responsibility. Computing professionals have responsibilities to the public like everyone else, but their relative power and technocratic culture can be at odds with serving the public good and practicing democracy. So I think we need civic professionalism. Scholar, organizer, and educator Harry Boyd has long argued that civic engagement includes the public purpose of professional work. He says we need citizen engineers who don't separate their citizen identity from their engineer identity. Political scientist Albert Zur argues professionals can work in ways that exemplify democracy, embracing multiple forms of expertise, complementing specialized skills with the unique perspectives of fellow citizens to solve problems. This is power sharing and deliberation in design work. To work democratically, though, civic professionals must embrace the political dimensions of their work. Sociologist Aaron Check and educator Heidi Sherrick have found depoliticization of technical work to be one of engineering culture's problematic pillars. A depoliticized mindset, failing to recognize competing agendas and values, like when efficiency can be oppressive and undemocratic, produces the kind of irresponsible outcomes we've seen in things like face recognition technology. So how do we cultivate a different professional mindset and identity? There's evidence to suggest it can be forged through undergraduate experiences that are action-oriented and community engaged, where students challenge and revise their assumptions, values, and identities. I've been trying to do this at Olin through experiential learning programs such as a student-run public interest technology clinic and our community-engaged capstone engineering course. In one case, a clinic team partnered with an anti-trafficking organization to build a scraper to accelerate data collection on possible trafficking cases from websites advertising to Johns. But when I encouraged the students to meet with experts on human trafficking survivors, they realized their tool could feed a process that ensnares voluntary and involuntary sex workers in careless law enforcement efforts. To augment that process was to augment potential harm. The scraper appeared easy to build, but they looked beyond the technical questions to the civic questions. How did it fit into the overall socio-technical system? Whose voices were missing in the design? What was their responsibility as designers? They refused to design it, and that was hard. They thought they were going to have social impact. What did they have to show for months of work? Impressively, they chose to publicly celebrate what they learned with the Olin community, giving a presentation pictured here entitled Do No Harm. I know it's not easy to produce learning experiences like authentic design refusal, but we ought to try to create space for well-scoped, real stakes projects supported by attentive mentors and regular reflection. I believe in practical civic education in undergraduate computing because we really need a generation of civic professionals. Thanks, and I'll drop the links in the chat.
Hi, everyone. It's just a helicopter passing here. My name is Hadar Bensu. I'm a senior product designer at Beyond, which is a design and technology agency. And I saw a lot of the slides here talk about education for living with questions and with doubt. And I practice research-based design, and following Cam's words for earlier, there's a lot of design thinking. So design thinking, in the view of many design scholars and professionals, is not just a one-size-fits-all design tool, but a term that consists of a variety of diverse design practices. I'll explain a little bit about design thinking in the context of product design for those of us who are not product designers. So critical design thinking is a cognitive, strategic, and practical process that starts with emphasize and develop empathy with your users, then define their needs, their problems, and insights. Even the word users is now a little bit starting to get out of date, but we're still using it in this context. Following by an ideation phase, then later on prototyping to start examining and creating solutions for the things that we saw that are the needs. And then the finishing touches are the test, to put all of your assumptions and solutions to test and being able and willing to challenge them. So after all of that and during the process, we always ask ourselves those questions of who is it designed for? How will it be used? Why do we think it matters? Why do we even want to build this product or introduce this feature? What is the nature of the experience? This is a heavy one. Here, a lot of questions about socially responsible tech comes to the table. When will it be used and how immediate is the experience and where the experience will take place? Those are all questions that we challenge our clients with and our design teams with. And I want to invite all of you before this session ends to join me in the breakout session later. We're going to touch on subjects such as user engagement, body metrics, shaping identity, mental freedom, boundaries, and privacy, all in the context of product design and how do we utilize product design for improving our well-being and the well-being of the people we are building for. So thank you very much, and thank you for this opportunity.
Hi, everybody. So my name is Hani Dak, and I pronounce her she and her. By day, I work with the Government of Canada, with Service Canada, leading a digital and data policy team. The other thing that I do is I'm a professor of practice at McMaster University in Canada. My talk today is mostly about my second job, but I think about it from both angles because right now my main dilemma is that the way we teach policy in public policy schools is a bit broken. And so we are primarily creating, in Canada anyway, a future, only a singular future. We're designing the curriculum for the most part to create future public servants. And most of the people that are teaching them about how to build that future are former deputy ministers, former assistant deputy ministers. showing an old way of working, emphasizing mostly like different areas of governing, but we don't talk about responsible computing. And so we have this gift of an opportunity to create something new. And so it's called, or the program at McMaster is Public Policy in a Digital Society. And so trying to create a curriculum that is going to be designed and hopefully taught for not just for current and future public servants, but also for the people who will be running government, people who will work in the private sector someday, and also advocacy groups. A portion of that, I always think about it as well from what happens inside government, where how do we change how we hire so we aren't almost exclusively hiring from public policy schools? And so how do we change the rewards and incentive structure? And so started looking at just a potential list of topics that can be taught, so that these are the how do we raise the bar on services and policies, this is the potential list of topics that I've started to put together. These are the courses that we're hoping to begin offering starting in January, and so I'm looking for collaborators and contributors. And so exploring a lot, and wanted to share as well sort of the current approach and how we're building this out. Thanks very much.
Hi, everyone. I'm Thomas Hoy. I actually work closely with Honey. I work closely with Honey, the previous speaker, with the Government of Canada, trying to improve digital services, such as employment insurance. So this is my virtual assistant. So I'm going to get laid off in a month. What can you do for me?
So, we can try to get you some income support from the government while we sort out what's next. Do you want me to get that started?
That would be amazing.
Okay, I've taken care of that. I'll let you know when they've made a decision, probably by Friday at the latest. In terms of what's next, I've done some calculations based on your interests and your financial resources. Here are your top 5 options.
Okay, so that's the, that's the bear. So that prototype was a result of a speculative design sprint that we ran with the team. And speculative design is, an emerging field of design. But I think that it's something that's worth embracing. And I was glad to see that we have a couple of other product designers and UX type people on the call, because working with speculative design in this way has gotten me to actually see where some of those UX design approaches kind of fall short. UX design, it can be quite focused on individuals. It's kind of about like an individual's experience and what happens in those moments when it's going on. But speculative design actually opens us up to conversations about what society could look like, or what a good society would look like, and what we would expect, government services, for instance, to look like in that society. And then from there, we can steal some of those ideas. We imagine them together as a group, prototype them, and put them in front of real clients. So we tested that prototype with a bunch of seasonally employed workers, and through those experiments, we got a good sense of whether or not we're heading in the right direction, and we're applying those learnings to some of the services that we're actually building today. Another really wonderful thing about speculative design is that, if you think about where, contrasting with UX design is very much about identifying users' pain points and responding to them. And so in that way, it is fundamentally a reactive practice. It's like you reach out and touch the stove, there's pain, you pull your hand back. And UX is like a way of making sure you don't burn your hand. But it's not very visionary in that way, right? It's very directly reactive. So I think speculative design can push us towards those more value-based conversations, which I think can be of interest to all the people here who are interested in having those ethical discussions. Thanks very much.
Sorry, muted. Hello, so I'm Sarah. I'm the curriculum manager for open learning at AI for All.
AI for All is a nonprofit that offers lots of different programs for high school and college students who are traditionally underrepresented to learn AI. Open Learning is one such program. We are in high school classrooms of any classroom type. English teachers can use our curriculum, social studies teachers can use our curriculum to introduce their students to the concepts of AI. And in particular, what I'm talking about here is our AI and ethics curriculum, where we have the students pretend to be CEOs of companies that are building a AI system of some sort. And they go through creating an ethics statement for this pretend company they're building. And then we go through privacy and explainability and fairness, what sorts of ethics issues come up with that, and have them refer back to their ethics statement to figure out how to consider the ethics of this design that they are building. If you're a programming class, your students can totally also build out their design, but this is very much meant to be considering the ethics of what could be designed and what a design process might look like. So if they don't actually program it, that is okay, as long as they come up with the design and discuss it with their peers. And then they also have they share their designs with each other because you might have missed something that is an ethics consideration that someone else might see. That's the AI and ethics curriculum. It's approximately 10 hours long. You can teach it in any class. We do recommend you have we also have a 1 hour introduction to AI. So a quick 1 hour introduction first, because it's easier to talk about the ethics of something you have some more connection to. Well, that's what I do. You can move on.
Hello. Let me see if I can get started here. Am I on?
Yes, you're on.
Okay. My name is Neil Patori. I wanted to mention a few lessons I learned from teaching a grad course in equity and fairness in estimation and classification at Washington University in St. Louis. I'm jointly appointed in ESE and CSE. And my objective in the course was to allow students to be able to contribute to new research areas at the intersection of social justice and computer science, such as AI fairness. I started the course with a lot of theory, about 1/3 of the course on that topic, that is power and oppression, intersectionality, measurement theory. The students read for errors, Pedagogy of the Oppressed, as Cam Flowers already presented, and they agreed among themselves what assignments there should be and how they would be graded. The rest of the course, we studied key concepts in the state of the art in AI fairness, including definitions, feedback loops, both learning the contributions and being able to criticize their limitations. Half of these were led by student groups who decided themselves on the readings and how to conduct their class session. One lesson that was good out of the course was that Zoom is actually a very good way to conduct this course. I got even hesitant students to be active in the classroom by waiting for their responses. I had a lot of breakout room activities to get them to come up with questions and comments and then report back to the class. And breakout rooms, of course, are very easy and private and help them speak up. We got some students who would use the chat instead of speaking up. And we had a lot of open Google Docs like we're seeing today that students did their collective work on. One negative was that some students didn't get the theory by the end of the course. We don't have an appropriate prereq for this as a grad course. And so those who'd never had a gender studies or ethnic studies or other course with an emphasis on these topics really weren't able to make the connections between algorithms and equity, as well as those who had those prereqs. So some students couldn't, by the end of the course, for example, explain why fairness may be insufficient for equity. So how do we build a curriculum for grad students to be able to join this area of work? So I'm going to teach this fall a course, an undergrad version of this course, and I'll be putting more emphasis on the background and theory. And that's all I had to say.
Thank you. You kept us right exactly on time. Thank you, everyone, and especially for that segment that touched on civil society and research institutions and industry to see how some of our work ties to a broader audience and also see how some of the work outside of academia can really influence how we teach as well. So thank you. In the spirit of also making sure our folks have breaks, we'll take a 10-minute, well, at this point, 9-minute break, and we'll be back at 12:50. So see you all soon. Things to think about. And we'll jump right in the spirit of, again, staying on time. Talia, would you like to kick us off?
Computing anti-racist.
Are you here? Let me do a quick. Okay, maybe we can come back to Dahlia. Irina, are you here? And we can start off with you.
I am, yes. Hi, everybody, except I don't look like that. Oh, let's see. Oh, that's my camera's fault. Ah, okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Irina Raicu. I'm the director of the Internet Ethics Program at the Markkula Center for Applied Ethics at Santa Clara University. At Santa Clara University, the Jesuit university in Silicon Valley, professors teaching computer science and software engineering have long been embedding ethics into their courses, and the Markkula Center has been publishing resources such as teaching modules and case studies, and I would really invite you to take a look at those. I'll put some in the chat in a second. But the Responsible Computer Science Challenge prompted us to collaborate much more across departments and to try new things. One of those new things was to work with the students and mentors who organized Santa Clara's annual Hack for Humanity hackathon. Obviously, ethics was already embedded in the hackathon's call to action, but we wanted to deepen the participants' reflections on their own proposed projects. For the 2020 hackathon, before the pandemic shut down in-person events, we introduced a Best Ethical Analysis Prize and invited all of the participants to compete for it by answering these 4 questions that you see on the screen as they worked on their project. 12 of the 27 teams submitted their write-up, and we hope more took a stab at it, even if they chose not to submit. The submissions were then judged by engineering professors. In 2021, the hackathon was held virtually, and we took a different approach. We scheduled a panel discussion on the afternoon preceding the hackathon and invited all of the students who had registered for it. The event was titled Ethics in Computer Science: Why Good Intentions Are Not Enough. The panelists included both relatively recent and more experienced alumni of Santa Clara School of Engineering and Computer Science Department. I moderated the event, which also gave hackathon participants an opportunity to ask questions of people who are already addressing ethical questions in their professional capacity. Our goal with the hackathon-related experiments was in part to embed ethics into computing-related activities outside the classroom too, in contexts where students collaborate with their peers and are not focusing on a grade. You can read more about our collaboration with the Hack for Humanity organizers by reading the 2 posts listed on the slide, both of which are incidentally authored by one of the student organizers of the hackathon. We are really excited to learn from others around the world about their own efforts and innovations in embedding ethics. Thank you so much. That's all I had.
Okay, well, I'm Kathy Fizzler from Brown University. I was waiting to see if the pin would update, but I'll just go ahead to keep us on time. So this project that I'm working on is joint with Suresh Venkata-Subramanian, Sorel Friedler, and Seni Kamara. And we've heard a lot of people talking about the desire to embed this ethical content across the curriculum. We are looking specifically at what you can do in data structures and algorithms classes. So the high-level takeaway is we want students to begin to frame this as a form of complexity, on par with the other kind of complexities they're already being trained to work on. So it's as important as runtime, it's as important as space usage. We just want it to be right up there, on par, when students look at the assignments that they're trying to work on. There are really 2 deliverables from the project as we have it so far. One deliverable is a set of assignments and lectures and things that we've been developing. The URL for that is on the bottom of the slide. And examples of the kinds of exercises we've put together is computing the energy complexity of code. This is something that Sorel's worked on at Haverford. She has an exercise for contrasting algorithms for deduplicating voting rolls as part of her class. In one of my classes, we take a look at the idea of if you choose to use a simple hash map as the data structure to map query terms to videos for a video recommendation algorithm, how does that then constrain the later choices you might make about how you avoid filter bubbles and things like that? More generally, and this is another deliverable from the project, we've been working on what we call social threat modeling, which is trying to give students a framework for identifying stakeholders and figuring out what questions they need to be asking about their systems. My PhD student, Yan Yan Ren, is going to be on one of the student panels, and she'll say a little more about her work on there. But in general, we're really working on having students understand that irresponsible decisions or irresponsible outcomes can end up accidentally encoded as early as the time when you pick your data structures and your algorithms. So this is relevant to them, even though they are first and second year computer science students. You can look at the example assignments we have, and in the chat in a moment, I'll put a link to what we're trying to do on the threat modeling side of it. We would love to hear from more people who are thinking about these issues of how we actually teach students to develop and identify the kinds of threats that they have to deal with at this design stage in a CS class. Thanks very much.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kevin Lin, and I'm an assistant teaching professor at the University of Washington. I actually really appreciate the timing with having Kathy come right before me. We were just chatting over email introduction about exactly the same topic, because I also teach data structures and algorithms, and I also have a very similar approach to thinking about how assumptions and values are encoded in the ways in which a program is defined through its data structures, its algorithms, the way we frame and design a problem. But I want to zoom out a little bit and think about kind of the bigger picture questions that are coming to my mind, build off of Kathy's work. And I want to center in particular identity and culture in our critical computing work. And this, I'm so glad to have seen it been talked about a lot previously in this summit already, but I want to just kind of provide an explicit call to attention to these issues. And some of the things that come to mind that I've been reading about in the past couple of years especially have been some reflections by other authors. So for example, Malazita and Resetar in 2019 write about how students find ethical and social interventions in CS education valuable in application-centered classes like data visualization or applied machine learning, but not so much in core technical classes like CS1. And I want to reflect on why that's the case. Deborah Raji earlier this year at the FACT conference published some work talking about sort of the cultures and values epistemologies embedded in AI ethics education, and I think broader CS education as well. Tim Gebru has talked about hierarchies of knowledge and what's valued in computing education, the technical work or the hard skills versus the soft skills and the social skills that are devalued. And I think it's important that we wrestle with these questions as we think about how we're actually teaching our critical computing courses. The approach that comes to mind for me and the things I've heard from other instructors, researchers, professors like Ruha Benjamin, who've talked specifically about racial justice in our technical courses. I think it's so important that we think about how do we talk about these issues in our classrooms? How do we educate our dominant students, the students in our dominant majority groups, Asian and white men, who are still kind of in many primarily white institutions, still primarily taking and teaching our courses. And so I think there's a lot of education that needs to go into that, some thought that needs to go into that. So I wanted to share a couple different tips, ideas from my course. You can find it here in the link that I'll just post in the chat here. That's kind of a sample syllabus from the course I'm teaching right now, Data Structures and Algorithms. And I really center on 3 ideas. First is to think about how do we actually talk about the computing culture that is around us, the culture that makes students feel like they have to value certain things in computing, the study of, like Kathy was mentioning earlier, runtime analysis versus some of these more affordance analysis or ways of understanding algorithms as embedding values, social values. How do we actually center things like indigenous values, indigenous ways of living in nature, indigenous ways of knowing? Things like land acknowledgements that are a lot more common in Canada and Australasia, that are not so common in the United States, but I think are becoming more and more popular. How do we actually wrestle with and respect and value those perspectives? Not just give them the space, but also to really embed it and code it in our courses. How do we actually have a more diverse set of purposes for learning? Why should students take a data structures and algorithms class? Can we make that more diverse through kind of foregrounding the different values and reasons students might be interested in taking it? And lastly, I'll also to mention a little bit about student-centered equity pedagogies. This can include things like after learning, but also a broader set of practices and techniques. So with that said, I'm happy to chat further in the breakouts. Thank you.
Maria, are you there?
Sorry about that, I am. Okay. Sorry, I thought I was going a little bit later. Okay, so the very act of teaching is political. It embodies choices, hidden curriculum, and assumed or taken for granted knowledge. The act of teaching imparts both explicit and implicit lessons to students, from the content of the syllabus to the arrangement of seating and which values are centered in the classroom. In the Human Context and Ethics program at Berkeley, our theory of change is to move the tech ecosystem toward responsible computing by helping teachers of data and computing make the politics of their teaching more explicit. We do this by teaching teachers about positionality, power, and narratives in socio-technical systems. Positionality is the capacity of being aware of how the opportunities and limits of one's identity, expertise, and power inform one's perspectives, aspirations, and actions, and are shaped by one's relationship and environment. Power examines the asymmetric capacity of a person or technology to structure or alter the behavior of others. Scientific and technological power is intertwined with political power. Narratives are shaped by data science and society. People use narratives to express and explain who they are, the way the world is, and what needs to be done, and what features are possible or desirable. Socio-technical system is an organization in which the actions of people and technologies are intertwined. Socio-technical systems distribute risks and responsibility widely and unevenly, and present unique challenges for governance. In workshops, classroom instructions, and strategy meetings, we use these 4 concepts to teach professors and student teachers insights into how tech participates in shaping the world, the way it shapes our way of living, being, and interacting with one another. Technology is more than efficient code or a set of perfectly predicting algorithms. Using real-world problem sets, we delineate the multi-layered way in which tech limits and enables citizenship and a sense of belonging. Accuracy does not always mean equity or justice, and data scientists in and of themselves cannot solve social problems of inequality. It requires an interdisciplinary and community approach. We have no way of knowing which functions of technology will be adopted or repurposed for unintended uses. Therefore, the purpose of the 4 lenses is to serve as a cornerstone for both practitioners and teachers of data science. We aim to affirm intersectional social justice and anticipate consequences through deep reflection and accountability at each stage of the course development. And by planting this seed, we hope that students will not only practice these ethics, but serve as points of intervention in industry. As teachers and mentors of future machinists and data scientists, we're responsible for teaching students how to compete responsibly and how to foster community through positionality, power, and narratives and socio-technical systems. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I'm Ron Citron from Washington University in St. Louis, the Department of Computer Science and Engineering. A particular focus of our work has been to look at issues of fairness and responsibility in the context of group work that our students normally do. So our curriculum has a strong component. Half the time is spent with students working in groups of 4, with a TA at their table and faculty roaming around. These groups form awkwardly at first, but by the end of, say, the 2nd or 3rd week, people look forward to being in their groups and they're used to working together. So we thought, why not study fairness in that particular context? We looked at 2 different problems. One has to do with cake cutting. So I'm excited about what I'll learn from my colleagues here about deploying these ideas say in an algorithms course, but what we did is we looked at algorithms that are already intended to give fair outcomes. There's a piece of cake shown in front of you, a picture of one anyway, and imagine trying to cut that cake so you're guaranteed at least half of your favorite color. We had students pair up in these teams, which they already form, and try to cheat each other out of cake if they could. The end result of that is they could not. Everybody was always guaranteed at least half the cake. But the person who chooses after the cutter cuts the cake could actually get more than half of the cake. And this led to an interesting discussion with our students about whether equitability, which Neil Patwari brought up, whether equitability is a more important criterion than, say, proportional outcome. So that's the first thing they did. And then the next thing they did is they participated in an eBay style auction. But in this case, the person running the auction cheated, knew the bids that the various participants had offered, and made sure that the person who bid the most amount of money would actually spend that amount of money. The students discovered this after the fact, and of course they were suitably irate about all this. Now, what we wanted to study was, how did these exercises affect students' thinking about fairness? So with Emily Cohen's help, I thank her for the analysis that we did. Questions were put into the quiz both before and after the exercise. These students did show after that they realized a knowledge of how programming is done could lead to cheating, so they're aware of that with the auction. They also realized that the right kind of algorithms can lead to fair outcomes. That was with the cake cutting. And finally, their attitude about technology improving lives, thankfully, wasn't so affected. They didn't develop a kind of cynical outlook based on understanding that cheating could actually happen. So I look forward to learning from all of you. Thank you very much, Mozilla, for giving me a chance to present this work.
Hi, everyone. I'm Stacy Dorr, and I am presenting here on an interdisciplinary collaboration between Colby College and Bowdoin College, which are two liberal arts schools in Maine. The leadership team of this project is made up by myself, who is computer science department, and also my colleagues at Bowdoin, Fernando Nascimento, who is out of philosophy and also digital computational studies, and Allison Cooper, who is also from digital computational studies and cinema studies. We began this project basically with a pedagogical approach that emphasizes both the interdisciplinary nature of our team and also Paul Ricoeur's assertion that narratives serve as ethical laboratories that allow students and faculty to experiment with different ethical implications of any given plot. And we define narratives in this work, although it's been talked about in several other projects today, as any type of media where technology plays a leading role in the story or plot or perspective that's being communicated. And in that sense, the narratives that we curate for this particular project are designed to help students in their role and evaluating their role of impacting or how technology impacts the design process, the development process, and the deployment process at every stage of their kind of curriculum and ethical sensibility development. And so what I wanted to talk about today was one part of our project, which has been in development for a little while now. And it's basically a repository. And the repository is a searchable database full of narratives that span basically film clips to podcasts, to short stories, journal articles, news articles, and a whole variety of other types of media that I wanted to kind of show off at least the very end of our development process. The website and the repository will be live at the end of this month. We've had different kind of prototypes of it, but this is what the final version or versions will look like. And the way that this is organized is around two main kind of taxonomies. One is ethical themes, which you can see in the foreground here. And these are kind of social, political, cultural, economic, different types of issues and topics. And this is actually organized by Harvard's Berkman Klein Center taxonomy. So it was something that we were familiar with the work through the Mozilla project, and we wanted to incorporate that into the organization of this repository. And then the second theme or the second part that is there is around technologies, and that is actually organized around ACM's computing classification system. So again, for computer scientists, that would be a very familiar taxonomy to go and look for things. So you could search this, let's say, on facial recognition, and it would bring up all of the narratives and any associated teaching modules there for you. And thank you.
I'm Sean O'Brien, founder of Privacy Lab, an initiative of the Information Society Project at Yale Law School. I'm also the principal researcher at the ExpressVPN Digital Security Lab, where we do all kinds of investigations into the privacy of apps and networks and everything else. So I've taught a variety of digital self-defense workshops as well as cybersecurity classes at Yale. And I just want to share some thoughts on how my teaching approach is changing. And really why it needs to change to adapt to the security and privacy issues around us. So hacking is used all the time by everyone, right? And that can be understood as playful tinkering or sometimes even just the act of coding. Often it means penetration testing, other security evaluations, or in more negative terms, the act of breaking into a computer system. So ethical hacking is often framed in terms of responsibility. That's avoiding damage, not causing harm to systems and the people behind them, and maybe even being a hero, right? And stopping the malicious actors. So in our classes and workshops at Yale, we try to emphasize that with great power does come great responsibility. We try to teach learners that not only that, how their laptops and smartphones and IoT devices work and how networks function and basic computer concepts, but also what not to do that might hurt other people. In this connected world we all live in, hacking skills are like superpowers, giving you the abilities far beyond, right, the people around you, the communities around you. So this slide shows some pieces of the fun ethical hacking we've done before in classes. You'll see us using single board computers to, for example, make LED lights flash inside a jack-o'-lantern. That's amazing and fun, and our classes love it. But as an educator, I feel I also have a responsibility that's more serious. Big tech, ad tech, private surveillance, all of that is now ubiquitous on our computers. Also widespread government-sponsored surveillance, right? That's growing. Due to the existence of targeted surveillance like the NSO Group's Pegasus, I feel I have a moral obligation to teach ethical hacking so that people can regain some autonomy over their devices, some control over their lives, and bring the lessons they learn in our classes back to their communities. So there's a real moral obligation to teach ethical hacking, not just how not to break things, right, but how we can make the ecosystem better, how we can better the lives of the people around us, and how we can take back some of the power in our own systems, our own computers, our own networks. With a lot of hard work, we can help to stem the tide of spying that's washing over all of us. So that reframing of security education, I feel, really needs to happen. I think computer classes, workshops in general, we have to frame them within that world of constant surveillance. Otherwise, we're doing a disservice. It's like not talking about the climate crisis, right? It would be like denying that the weather is changing all around us and that the climate is in this serious, serious state. And with surveillance, we also can't deny that there's spying all around us and that it's destroying the world that we know. So I do think the internet still has the capability to connect us all, to empower us, but that's only if we take a long, hard look at the systems we use each day, if we teach people to better understand the perils that those systems represent, and of course, make sure they're hackable and teach people to hack them so that they work for those people and are not accountable to spies somewhere in the network. So I'm really going to be pushing this in the fall. And if you want to see more of that in action, please go to privacylab.yale.edu. Thanks.
Great. Hi everyone. I just want to pick up where Sean left off. With great power comes great responsibility, and that's really the motivation of some of the work that I'm going to share today. I'm Vandana Janeja from UMBC, and this is an experience from several of my data analytics class, including a cyber informatics class, where I was seeing students learning the fast-paced skilled things that they needed to learn for the workforce in data science, in cybersecurity informatics, and they would make these design choices in their algorithms with thresholds and branching off in algorithms without having a deeper thought around the ethical framing of it. So thinking about how can we embed ethical discussions in a fast-paced, skill-driven classroom was where this came from. And we developed this module which kind of embedded this whole idea of the data lifecycle, but with an ethical viewpoint. So several years ago, we had lots of debates in our classes, and I realized that there's one thing that every student learns in data science, which is this data lifecycle. And they technically need to have questions at every step of that life cycle that they need to think of when they make these algorithmic and design choices. But not only that, they need to think about the ethical theory before that many people have taught for years, and then also implement this in practice. But how do you embed this in a very short time frame, and does it even impact students? So with the tall order, I started with this 1 week module, which starts with 2 lectures, one around the ethical theory given by a guest lecturer and one around the data lifecycle that I present, and then talk about case studies that use this lens of the data lifecycle and make decision choices. We are also transitioning into making more practice-driven assignments, where we are actually taking Jupyter notebooks that people have developed already for coursework and then embedding design choices in there as they run through the programs and algorithms and such. That's being worked on and available on GitHub just for experimentation. But just understanding fast pace, again, doing it in 1 week, does it even matter? Do students learn something? So we ran this across 2 years, and through a small N, I'm just sharing some snippets here of the results. We wanted to see if we can impact perceptions, whether they start thinking about ethics, and actions, whether they understand what they need to do when they're in the job environment. So as you can see on the left-hand side graph, we did before and after analysis, and we saw that when we talked to them about their perceptions towards ethics, the post-analysis shows a marked difference, that at first they didn't understand the ethical implications or didn't agree with it, and it shifts dramatically to the strongly agree side. And then on the action side, whether they know what to do in a real world job environment, the shift was not as clear or not as marked. There are several other questions we are putting together in a 6C paper, but it was very interesting and a happy circumstance to see that even a 1 week module can really make an impact in students' perceptions and thinking on how to think about ethical questions that they encounter as they deal with data and they grapple with the data. The biggest take home that I have from here is smaller things matter. And the big thing is that you can adapt your existing modules. We have modules that we can make available, the voiceover lectures, case studies that we use, or even the Jupyter notebooks that we are playing with. We have a course art module that can be embedded in places like Blackboard with quizzes attached to it and so on. And we saw that students really started thinking more deliberately, more actionably around the choices that they were making in their projects. And they actually started talking about ethical implications in the projects that they were doing. And some of these students actually got interested in research as well. So with that, I'll leave a link here for GitHub for additional resources. Thank you.
Hi, here's a quick trip down memory lane. In the early days, computer science did computing for computing's sake. We figured out how to build better operating systems, databases, and networks. We built processes that were focused on developing technical solutions to every problem we encountered. Conversations about problems rarely went beyond technical considerations. We spent decades developing educational approaches that reified the primacy of solving those technical problems. If you were good at those conversations, you were in. If you weren't, you were out. Then things started to change. Computer science is no longer focused inward, and computing is beginning and has started to happen in and impact social spaces. And the folks making that happen were largely from the in crowd, good at those technical conversations. Folks who could raise issues and concerns weren't at the table. This problem, unfortunately, exists at many levels. A big concern is all the software development professionals who are out there doing this every day. Generally speaking, computing faculty don't have a lot of access to these folks. I want to acknowledge that this is a huge concern. I have a few small ideas for addressing it, but that's a talk for a different day. I do want to talk about where we, as folks who teach students about computing, have a chance to establish a foundation upon which existing software development culture can change. My proposal is simply this, and others have mentioned this today. Let's normalize having conversations about social and ethical concerns surrounding programming projects in our classes. In early courses, that conversation can be fairly simple. Who are the stakeholders? What concerns might they have? But having those conversations at the beginning of a project, in the middle of a project, and at the end of the project, by doing so, we begin to create the expectation among our students that doing this is part of the professional software development process. As students progress toward graduation and enter the workforce, they will get better at these skills, and they will bring this new skill set and these sorts of expectations to their job. Unfortunately, this idea has its own challenges. Primarily, CS faculty, especially those who are not likely to be on a call like this, are not confident about leading those sorts of conversations. Many may need their own preparation and help learning how to guide those sometimes difficult conversations. The good news is that university and college campuses are filled with folks who are expert at addressing those sorts of issues. And many of them offer training on having the sorts of conversations that will make software better. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Dalia Antonia Caraballo Mueller. I'm a professor of Latin American, Caribbean, and African diaspora history at the University at Buffalo and founder of the Impossible Project. Afrofuturist jazz musician and composer Sun Ra stated, "The impossible attracts me because everything possible has been done and the world didn't change. The impossible is that which exceeds not what we can imagine, but what we believe we can achieve. Thus, thinking with and through the impossible quiets action and opens the door to connection, creation, and imagination. It does not guarantee new solutions to complex problems. It's not a fix. Rather, thinking with and through the impossible enables us to disrupt established systems of thought by opening new mental pathways that can help us discover new starting points from which we can heal our ailing world and planet." Inspired by Sun Ra and a long tradition of Afrofuturist thinkers, the mission of the Impossible Project is to foment, support, and sustain the co-creation of transformative learning experiences that empower students to imagine just futures and call them into being. I founded the Impossible Project 4 years ago when I served as director of the University Honors College at the University at Buffalo. One particular seminar provided a perfect laboratory. The class was mandatory, pass-fail, and non-degree applicable. In other words, it was a truly free space of learning. I created the Impossible Project for this class in order to experiment with the challenge of inspiring students to come to define justice work as a core, attainable, and sustainable part of their lives. The Impossible Project challenges students to take on a project that is impossible to solve and to articulate a solution or series of solutions to that problem. They will fail, and they know it from day one. What the students find at the end of the work, however, is that they have grown as individual learners, they've grown as collaborators, and they have found not a solution, but a new perspective on the problem that they could not have imagined before. I was lucky that my CSE colleague, Atri Rudra, agreed to serve as a faculty mentor on an Impossible Project seminar in 2019. After that semester, Atri invited me to join the Mozilla grant and the cross-disciplinary team of folks working on responsible computing at UB. For the last year, our brave cross-disciplinary team of faculty and students has been building the Impossible Project module that you see on the screen. The broad concept is to challenge our students to imagine a world in which computing is anti-racist and to try their best to call that world into being, at least in their collective imagination. Students will move through a 2-week curriculum that challenges them to understand how racism informs and shapes computing. We do this by guiding students through case studies that are projected through the nested circles you see at the center. At the end of each module, all students will articulate their visions for the future. And at the end of the class, future visions from each module will be compiled and shared publicly in one large manipulatable graphic, so that the world can see one possible future created by our youth in which computing could be anti-racist. This graphic will then be used to seed new projects and deepen and extend our work in and beyond the university. Thank you.
Thank you so much for helping us wrap all that up, Dahlia. We're actually about 10 minutes early, which makes me think I messed up time addition somewhere. But that means we have a longer break. We'll be back at 12:30 Eastern time. And what we'll have in the afternoon are panels and breakout sessions. We'll have 3 panels for cross-institution collaboration, teaching team panel with students, and interdisciplinary collaboration. We'll keep the Zoom open if folks want to chat with each other, but we do encourage folks taking a real break as well. And I think that's it. Oh, and please don't forget to, I know a few folks have already added signing up for breakouts as well. And feel free to just put stuff into chat if you prefer to just notify us that that's what you want to do. But please, if there's anything that came to mind, go ahead and add your own topics here as well. These should be pretty casual. And we just need about 2 facilitators per group. And if you can only do 30 minutes, that's fine too. So feel free to chat at either Jen Beard or myself, or add yourself to this document, and we'll make sure all of that is organized before we go into panels later. So we're really excited about that. And the way that'll work is if you haven't used the Zoom feature where you can go between different breakout rooms, that's what we'll do. We'll have the different breakout rooms set up, and you'll be able to hop between different breakout rooms as an attendee. So with that, let's break and come back at 2:30 Eastern time for our panels. Hope you all have a nice long break. Thanks everyone. And Jen and I will probably stick around for a while if any folks have questions or anything like that. do a panel, or sorry, 3 panels, and then we'll have breakout sessions. As a reminder, these are currently the breakout sessions that we have. As you're inspired, please go ahead and add other ones that you might want to host. It can even be just a small group of 4 or 5 people that join you. Some of those conversations can be so invigorating. And we'll have just a casual quote lounge breakout as well for folks who want to go and maybe hang out in a breakout room with no particular topic as well. So go to that, and Jen will pop the link to that in the chat as well for those of you who haven't been to the doc yet. And as a reminder, the doc is also used for folks to share your name and affiliations and other resources, and this is open to everyone. We also have the hashtag responsible computing that we've been using to tweet as well in case you missed that. So I'm very excited to kick off the first panel with a cross-institution one. We've touched on some of these topics in the Lenten talk, but working across institutions can be quite difficult. And when we were trying to figure out which panels to have, this was one topic that we really wanted to highlight as well. And these are folks who've been teaching, who've collaborated, who've created work products across disciplines and institutions. So we're really, really excited to have them join us. So we'll bring Emmanuel, Ellen, and Zinru up, pinned onto the screen. I think Ellen isn't pinned, so let's figure that out as well. And Alex, maybe you can help us do that, but we'll go ahead and kick off with the first question about working across disciplines. We wanted to really start off with just asking about, hey, what's your role? How'd you get here in this world of working across institutions? And what are you working on? And so just an overview of what you're working on, whether now or what you're thinking of in the future. And we'll keep each answer to about 2 minutes, and we'll move on to the next question. And the total panel will be about 20 minutes. So let's go ahead and kick off with Zinru. Would you like to start?
Sure. Thanks so much. Super excited to be here. I think the first question was just like introduction, right?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Been multitasking all day. So my background is in computer science. I was at Stanford. In fact, I see Julie Zelensky on there, who was like my advisor there, which is super fun to see, names. And basically, I feel like I've had a lot of sort of non-typical pathways in my life. And so I went into Stanford not thinking I was computer science. I thought I was social sciencey, stumbled into it because it was a requirement for, generals, ended up becoming, computer science major, stayed there for my master's. I did not intend to actually stay in academia. I went into industry. I was already 8 months pregnant by the time I graduated. So again, part of that narrative being a non-mainstream student there. And I spent 5 years in industry leading interaction design and as product manager. And, of course, I was a bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, oh, everyone should care about people and users and, thinking that everything was going to be, I'm going to do this process and research things and make the best product ever. But, learned a lot about balancing between different stakeholders and sort of the practicalities of, what the different realistic constraints are. And I was basically always spending my time advocating for, the user and design principles and values with my engineering team and other stakeholders. Then I ended up going back to grad school just because I saw these, this isn't going to date me, but, my coworkers like cell phones, teens are all using cell phones now and they're texting each other and they're constantly going off and it's like they feel like they can't put it down and, the start of FOMO, right? And basically I was like, these technologies are affecting us, changing us, shaping us. We need to understand and more intentionally maybe design for them or be watching out for their effects as opposed to just kind of putting technology out there and letting it happen, right? That's sort of, it was the way it worked, back then, maybe now too, where it's sort of you just let a technology exist and then see what happens. And so then I went back, I was at UC Irvine, for grad school. I ended up at Bentley University for my first faculty position, and that's a business university. And so that's where my cross-institutional type work happened, really by force, because I didn't have a lot of students, doing research, grad students especially. It wasn't as focused on that. And also in terms of students who could code, right, I had to work basically with folks from other institutions. So that's kind of where my roots lay at. And I'm really excited to talk more about the advantages of cross-institutional collaborations.
Great, thank you. And Emilio, you have both the cross-institution and cross-discipline experiences, which I can imagine had all sorts of interesting lessons learned. Can you tell us more about that?
Sure. First of all, I'm also super hyped to be here. Thank you. So I graduated in 2014 with a PhD in religion and literature. Pretty much the only way in which I thought about tech was like, why does Microsoft Word autosave always let me down when I need it the most? Like none of this was on my radar at all. And I moved to Kentucky for a year after graduating to do some adjuncting, basically to break the gravitational pull of my graduate institution. And while I was there, my wife met a computer scientist at a party, Judy Goldsmith, who is here. Hi, Judy. And Judy, they were making small talk, and Judy was like, "Your wife sounds interesting. Can I email her?" And Crystal was like, okay. And then I got this email that's like, "Hey, I'm working on a workshop paper on using science fiction to teach computer science ethics. I hear you did a dissertation on non-realist fiction and ethics. You want to join me on this paper? It's due in 2 weeks." And I was like, sure, that's fine. I will do this thing for 2 weeks, and then I will go back to my real life as a humanities scholar, which means competing with 500 people for 4 jobs. And writing a monograph or finishing a monograph nobody's going to read. And, that didn't quite pan out the way, well, it probably panned out exactly the way it sounds. But, within a couple of years, we did this workshop paper, we did a couple more things. And through a sort of a series of fortunate events, we wound up collaborating with a couple other people on an ethics textbook, combined textbook anthology. And I wound up teaching computer science ethics for UIC. So I'm at UIC full-time on this required ethics course for all computer science majors. This textbook was co-written with Judy, who's at the University of Kentucky, Nick Matei, who's at Tulane now, but has been a couple different places and did his undergrad and grad work at Kentucky, Corey Seiler, who's a CS grad student in Kentucky, and then a former grad school colleague of mine, Sarah Jo Swiatek, who is doing a PhD, who's almost done now with a PhD in ethics, also from the University of Chicago Divinity School. So that has been, I feel weird citing that story. Sometimes people are like, how did you get here and how can I follow this? And I'm like, I really, go to brunch. Maybe you'll get a postdoc. Like that's what happened to me. Like it's not a super useful model, except in the most bare bones sense of like, try it. You never freaking know what's going to happen. But I think I've maybe learned some useful things about both cross-disciplinary and cross-institutional collaboration that I can offer up later.
Great, thank you. I think we'll definitely dive into that in the second question around what does it mean to casually go to brunch, but diving into how do we find those collaborators. And Ellen, you're a computer science professor who has been doing this work for a long time. Can you tell us more about your background and work with cross-institution?
Sure. So to completely date myself, I have a 30-year career in academia, so I'm gonna skip past most of it. I was a quite traditional computer scientist. Computer networking is my research area, but I began initially a teaching effort that then expanded into a research effort in computing and social good in the 2008 time period. So well before that phrase for social good or for good was being used. And I guess what I wanted to really highlight is somebody very wise at Georgia Tech once told me that the only thing harder than interdisciplinary research is interdisciplinary teaching. And I think the next step beyond that is cross-institution teaching, because we are very used to doing research with others at other universities. We have a research community that is above the level of all of our universities, but we have very little reason to do it for teaching, and we have barriers that include just very local particular things. So what I've been excited about trying to do within the Mozilla project is to create a cross-institution platform for TAs to join with TAs who are involved in teaching ethics classes or supporting ethics classes to be able to work together on the theory that they don't get a ton of support necessarily at their own institution. There may not be very many of them. They may be a little bit of odd ducks because they are interested in and capable of TAing classes with ethics content. So we're testing this as a hypothesis. And we are both creating forums and doing qualitative work to understand TA support systems that are already in place. And I welcome the chance to talk more about it and also to involve some of you, hopefully, in some of that work. Thanks, Kathy.
Thank you. So a follow up to that one is some of you've mentioned some ways of doing this, to do textbook together, go to brunch or somehow more organically meet people, or then maybe your universities have structures in place. But we know that even being able to go to brunch with people, there are systemic ways in which you're able to meet those people. So what are some of the methods you've seen that have really helped facilitate those cross-institution collaborations, either organically or officially, or may seem organic, but there was a lot of forces behind the scene that made it really possible? And however you define institution as well, it could be other academic institutions, or maybe it's with industry. What are some of the methods that you can think of? And Zinder, would you like to start? We're in the same order.
Sure. So, the types of cross-disciplinary or cross-institution efforts I've been involved with. So one, we also have a book coming out. It's on, so my area is privacy and social media. I mean, it's a book on privacy and socio-technical systems. And, that was an industry and cross-institutional effort and I'll just post the link here, but we're making it completely open access, because one of the things I noticed in industry was just that my engineers, they didn't have time to go and look at that's a common reframe, right? Those of you who've been in industry, it's, you're not going to go dig through and figure out what the latest research is. And you really just need something very specific and that you can apply for your context. And so, what I think a lot about is, how do we have something that can be easily accessible, but, it kind of, us as researchers, we can spend time doing a lot of that and trying to get, a lot of those theories and learning, but then how can we get that into the hands of the people who are actually going to be implementing technologies and designing them, right? It's usually not every place has an HCI designer. Most places don't. It's whoever codes it. That's, where the values are going to be embedded into the technology. And so basically, I've done a lot of just going to like workshops and going, in fact, this book that we have coming out, the start was a privacy workshop at, I think, CHI or CSCW. Those are my main communities. I'm in the human computer interaction space in computer science. And basically, those are actually my favorite sources of cross-institutional, industry collaboration, because you have a bunch of people who are very passionate and interested in the same topics and working in that area. We had a panel, and then like Jen Romano Bergstrom, who some of you may know, she was like the one, Facebook privacy researcher for a while, and then the one Instagram and Facebook researcher, and then now it's, gotten huge, which is great. But she was on a panel, and a bunch of us just basically connected. And then because we're passionate about this topic, we've just, had conversations informally, tried to, whenever there's an opportunity that came up, someone might pop to mind, and we were like, okay, let's do something, or hey, let's like get together. And, we feel like we need to just get information out there. Let's write a book. And so, Emmanuel was saying, sometimes it's very organic. I feel like a lot of it, especially with cross-institution, there's no like internal mechanism, right? Like if you're at the same institution, you're in the same department, you'll see each other a lot. Someone might be voting on someone else's tenure case. There's a lot of kind of built-in reasons you might collaborate or not flake. Cross-institution, there isn't, right? You could never see this person again, and it'd be fine. I mean, to some extent. And so I think, really having that basis of trust and having networks that you build up. I mean, I know everyone says networking is so important. It is. I mean, it is, especially for cross-institutional collaborations. You need to just get to know people and see what people are passionate about, so that down the road, I'd say, like, most of my cross-institutional collaborations, it's people I didn't even connect with necessarily because of topic area, but we went to school together and we researched really different things. And then now all of a sudden there's like an overlap. And, I think that just building that basis is so important.
Thank you. Ellen, would you like to go next while we figure out how to pin Emmanuel back on the screen?
Sure, happy to do that. I guess I wanted to kind of highlight, I think, the challenges of interdisciplinary of cross-institution teaching efforts, because I think the research efforts, they're not always easy, but we figure them out, and we do have these pathways like research oriented meetings where we can meet each other. And I think one of the things that's hard about, actually, I think many people don't even want to collaborate about teaching with people at their own institution. Like, teaching is sort of somehow a domain of autonomy. And even people who, for instance, have very collaborative labs and very collaborative research efforts, I think are pretty reluctant to let other people into their teaching home. And so I think there's some sort of something fundamental there about control, or we're just not used to opening up our classrooms and our class teaching practices. I think that potentially there's a COVID silver lining here, which is that we've all been through a process of having to figure out how to do better, how to teach in a very different setup. And so maybe we're talking with each other more about teaching, about techniques, about things that are working for us in our experiences. And so perhaps that starts to create an environment where people are open to talking across institutions. And you could imagine much more easily now doing some kind of shared lecturing, even across institutions, because you could do that virtually for a few lectures. And I think that would be quite exciting, and it feels much more possible now than it did when we were physically always in the classroom. So I wanted to shout out a little bit of serendipity that Ben Shapiro, who's here, was a postdoc research scientist at Georgia Tech, and we began collaborating, and then he moved to Georgia State. So we kind of got our cross institution rather easily. Another shout out is actually to my own oldest, who is a master's student at UC Irvine in the informatics program, and was looking for something to do this summer, and has actually joined our research project on TA support, and already interviewed an Irvine TA, and will interview a Brown TA, because those are some of her networks that we didn't have ourselves. So turn it back to you, Kathy.
Thank you. And Emmanuel, to wrap up the question of what are some of the actual methods for working across institutions beyond the serendipitous finding people and having brunch with them? What have you seen be effective?
Yeah, so there's another group I've been working with a little bit at Princeton, and they tried something pretty old-fashioned with me, which was that they asked me to come to a meeting with them, and then after that meeting they said, "Will you work with us?" And I said, "This seems cool." So asking is helpful. What they did that I think is helpful is that I now sort of show up in the sphere of computer science ethics, so it was maybe not such a reach, but there are bound to be a lot of really interesting people who work on the things that you're interested in. And one of the hard things, I think, in terms of finding out what other people in other disciplines are getting up to is, like, this is going to sound weird, but like knowing what to Google. And I think that it's a great idea to just talk to the people at your institution or the people you know and say, like, hey, you're a social scientist. Like, I know you work on like peasants in 18th century France and probably can't help me with this project, but can you tell me how I could go about finding people who work on the thing that I am interested in, right? And that way you can figure out, okay, well, who are the sociologists who are doing something that's much more closely aligned with what I'm doing? And then you can reach out to them directly. So it's sort of like leveraging what you've got at your institution to make contacts with others. I really think it's hard to overstate how valuable it is if someone sends you an email and they say, you're exactly the person that I'm looking for. One way to sort of take this back to the, I mean, this is, I'm afraid I'm taking us back into discipline rather than institution. So one of the, I mean, this is every institution is different, right? That's kind of what this panel is about. But like one sort of broad commonality of the humanities and the social sciences is that there is not very much money. So if you can say to somebody, there could be some money in this collaboration, that is pretty potent. But a balancing factor to think about is that, you know, you've probably heard the old joke, right? You know, people fight over academic prestige because the stakes are low, right? When there's not a lot to fight about, people worry. I think actually I didn't mean to trivialize that, often for very good reasons about the integrity of the project they're being asked to work on, right? I think that there's often a sort of a concern of like, oh, whether or not these people who are asking me mean it, there's like this ethics washing thing going on. They just want to slot me in where they imagine me going, and that's not enough. And so I think that when you try to bring someone in cross-disciplinary, I think, or cross-institutionally, it's really helpful to sort of make clear that they get to co-imagine the project from the ground up. That's the thing that makes it real. And I think that's the thing too that means that everybody stays invested, right? If you're showing up to work on someone else's project, it's really easy to find other things to do with your time. But if it's something that you've helped conceptualize and build, then there's a lot more investment. So I think, yeah, I mean, whether you're within discipline or cross-disciplinary, I think that's a great way to build cross-institutional connections that stick. Thank you.
We're actually a little bit over time, but I do want to get this question in before we jump over to Sabrina, Sammy, and Yan. I think so many people can learn from your experience of also, you know, a few of you mentioned different institutions are different, and there's also a bit of competition amongst institutions. And so do you find there are barriers when you're trying to work across institutions where you can't with some institutions? Are there just institutional barriers that just make it really hard for when you decide to do this teaching across institutions that just, sorry, that just won't work? Have you encountered any of that? And if so, what are some ways you've gotten around that? And I'll leave that open. Ellen, you look unmuted, so let's start with you.
Okay, sure. So, you know, Georgia Tech is a very large public university. And one thing I've found is that, you know, the difference between a large public and a private is huge. And a lot of that in terms of teaching translates into just things like class size. And, you know, at large publics, that's, when we think about adding ethics, we just, you know, are faced head on with these large classes. And so sometimes it's just a disconnect that makes the kinds of things we might consider. For instance, pointing to TAs as so instrumental in culture. Actually, that may also be true at privates, but at publics, I think it's just so true that there's so much undergrad TAing going on, partly for resource reasons, and those students are forming culture. So I think that's just one example of how institutions are different. Institution categories are different. This is not at the details of A versus B. It's class A versus class B. Not to say that anybody's class B.
Thanks, Ellen. Zinru, anything to?
Yeah, absolutely. I think there are huge challenges. And, you know, in addition, so Ellen covers the teaching in the classroom student aspect. Also, I'm going to emphasize more the teaching, you know, whether it is teaching to reach out to policy folks or reach out to, you know, industry folks, et cetera. I think, you know, there are challenges, especially like you're not incentivized in a lot of institutions. I was fortunate enough to be at a business university where they actually did value that, and they actually didn't put an emphasis on grants. I actually didn't have to have grants for my tenure case, surprisingly enough, right, in that field. And because of that, I was able to spend a lot of time on these things that I deem important that my institution did. But, you know, my colleagues, fortunately, we were able to work together so that because I had the, you know, structure and funding in place, they were able to also participate, and we were able to work together. And so I think a lot of cross-institution collaboration, it works when you have different strengths and incentive structures that complement one another so that we could bring something together, even though a lot of folks wouldn't be able to put this on their tenure packet or do anything that, you know, would matter, you know, to their institution.
Thank you. And Emmanuel, you had one more thought to wrap this up, and we'll move on to our teaching team, actually, which is a great segue.
Super fast, and this is actually also about teaching for cross-institutional teaching project. I think one of the things that's tricky is that different student populations are different, and I think any good project is going to be attentive to that, and so that ultimately this is a positive thing. But it's so easy. Like, this is sort of like what Ellen was saying about how you learn. Teaching in some ways is a deeply personal thing, and you learn your own student population, and you learn the rhythms of how best to connect to them, more or less successfully, but you're doing what you're doing. And I think that sometimes the sort of the norms of of practice and of evaluation that makes sense in one context really don't translate to another. And again, I think it is really good to be forced to examine this. One thing that I think you learn when you think about teaching across settings is that a lot of what gets promulgated as if it is rigor is actually de facto classism. And like, it's great to maybe root that out and like force yourself to think about what you're really after and the best way to measure it. But there are, I mean, honestly, if you're working at a private liberal arts institution where the students don't work that many hours, it's not necessarily like how much time are you putting into class outside of class hours is not necessarily a terrible proxy for dedication to the course. It's really not going to work at, a large public university. And so that's a challenge, but also an opportunity. I'm done talking.
Thank you. Thank you to you all so much. We have a breakout session to continue this topic afterwards, so please join that as well. It sounds like there's quite a lot more we can discuss. So with that, we will now turn it over to Sabrina, Sammy, and Yan Yan, who are all students of different levels at different universities who've been part of a teaching team or who've thought about what it means to teach this topic. So we'll turn it over to them. Let's go ahead and spotlight them. Give us a second to get that underway. And Yan Yan. Oh, I lost Sammy. Hold on. Great, you all are on. Welcome. We're so excited to get to host students who, as we just heard, are so critical behind so much of this work, whether you're there to shape the culture of your classrooms or what you do next, or to sometimes literally create the curriculum. So thank you for joining us. So the first question is, again, similar to last panel, more of an introductory one on, just tell us a little bit about yourself and how you've worked with faculty members or your departments on this topic of integrating ethics and responsibility in computing. So let's start with you, Yan Yan.
Hi, everyone. I'm a computer science PhD student at Brown University, and I do research in computing education. As some of you might saw in the chat, at Brown, we have a departmental-wide initiative called Socially Responsible Computing. Note that the program emphasizes socially responsible computing, which is broader than ethics. The program includes themes such as understanding power and technology, making ethical design decisions, building accessible systems, and testing systems for desirable and undesirable impacts on various stakeholders. We believe that with this broader framing, professors should feel more comfortable talking about issues within their own subfields without being ethics expert. The socially responsible computing program doesn't prescribe what each individual course should do. Instead, the course staff work with the faculty to design class activities and assignments that integrate socially responsible computing into the course. The courses then are independent from each other, which creates the potential problem that students end up reading the same papers again in a different course. As a researcher, my role in the project is to study how we can effectively teach socially responsible computing and how we can coordinate this across courses. Currently, I'm working with my advisor, Cassie Fissler, on developing a social threat modeling framework. It's inspired by threat modeling frameworks from security. We provide students with guided questions around several themes, such as privacy, fairness, and sustainability, and around system components, such as data, algorithms, and user agency. We've integrated this framework into a second semester CS course. And in the future, we plan to use this framework across courses and do educational research on its effectiveness. So right now I'm putting in the chat a link to our framework, and please feel free to check it out. Thank you.
Thank you, Yan. And Sammy, tell us a bit about your work at Berkeley and also your role as a student. And you're an undergrad, right?
Yeah, I'm an undergrad.
And your girl's an undergrad doing this work with the faculty members.
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm Sammy. I'm a junior at Berkeley studying political science and data science. And I am the lead of the curriculum team within the Human Context and Ethics program, which is within data science undergraduate studies at Berkeley. And so this team is a group of undergraduate students who work to promote and integrate ethics and human context into the data science program and community by developing case studies and data sets for teaching. And so within my role as the curriculum team lead, I represent HCE, Human Context and Ethics curriculum within data science and oversee all curriculum projects and manage the progress of student deliverables. So I wanted to give a quick example of the work that we do, and that is with Data 8. Data 8 is the entryway course at Berkeley for data science majors, but it's also a course that students who are interested in computer science or stats take, as well as a lot of students outside of STEM. And also it's a class that reaches about 1,500 students every semester, and it's a course that's replicated at other universities as well. And so I lead a small group of undergraduate curriculum developers who work with Data 8 course staff, TAs, and the professors or creators of the course. And over the past 2 semesters, we've reviewed all content within the class, and we've suggested short-term edits to be made when we felt that topics were potentially harmful to students or when context could be added about a certain topic within assignments. And then we're also working on bigger projects within Data 8, including creating a suite of assignments that integrate HCE into economic lessons, as well as working to ensure that a brief history of statistics and its connection to eugenics and some background on the history of the census, among lots of other things, are taught. And so that's just one example of kind of the role of the student team, which is to support the integration of human context and social justice-oriented education within Berkeley data science courses.
Great, thanks, Sammy. I'm still stuck on how incredible it is that there's an undergraduate curriculum team. That's so great. And Sabrina, you as well, you're an undergrad, you have a slightly different perspective. You did a whole project on this. So tell us more about yourself and your involvement in this and how you got there as well.
So my name is Sabrina Fuller. I'm a 4th-year undergraduate student at the University of Virginia. I started my college journey at a community college where I did the community college thing for 2 years. I worked as a tutor in the little tutoring center. That kind of just opened my eyes to the different levels of education and how it is different from a major 4-year university. And then I transferred to the University of Virginia fall 2019. And kind of just dove headfirst into all those computer science courses where it just kind of opened my eyes of how different I, as someone who started coding in college, compared to somebody who started coding 9th grade, done something cool by the time they graduate high school, and that whole big disparity. So that's kind of what got me interested into ethics and CS. And then this past semester, I worked on a project to kind of redesign some CS1 assignments to kind of be more ethical and to kind of start introducing those ethical ideas at the intro level, kind of as we talked about this morning. I kind of read some of y'all's papers. If you've published a paper about CS1 and stuff, I probably read it. Thank you. And so we kind of redesigned a couple of those assignments to kind of be more inclusive, just culturally, to people with disabilities, and well as just trying to, introduce the idea that even as a first semester student, you're probably going to be interfacing with technology in a way that is important to society. So that's what I did. Yeah, we've talked about data science, resume parsing, how that goes, and dark tactics are ways that UI can be designed in such a way that can be misleading. And so those were our 3 main projects that we redesigned. And happy to talk more about that in the next question.
Great, thank you, Sabrina. So the follow-up to that is both how, some of the chat right now actually is how some of these institutions don't have a ton of training programs for TAs, of course, assistants or ways to even get involved. How did you all get involved in this work? And how has it really impacted your undergraduate or graduate education? Let's go in the same order. Yang Yang, do you want to start?
Sure. So for me, this is not the rest of my graduate experience, but it is my graduate experience. As a researcher trained in both fields of education and computer science, I get to work on the project full-time and not just as a work on the side. And that's very exciting for me. When I was an undergrad, I had the impression that social impact and social threats are an important part of system design, but was never taught explicitly how to do these kind of analysis. When we did talk about issues of social impact and social threats, it was usually in the format of a case study of an existing system. And these exercises to me always felt like tied up in a neat little bow. And I always found it distant from my learning and not relevant to the code that I was working on. I think these skills to be able to identify and analyze social threats in a system are essential for CS students. And I'm really excited by our work's potential to reshape the way we teach intro and other CS courses here at Brown.
Thank you. And I love that it's not the rest of this is your experience and what that would look like for all computing related education. Sammy.
Yeah, I've always been, interested in both STEM and the social sciences and humanities. And so I actually found out about the Human Context and Ethics program through Facebook, kind of ironically, and applied summer of my freshman year and got involved and have loved it ever since. It's been definitely one of the highlights of my undergraduate experience. And it's kind of been the perfect place for me to connect my interests in social justice and technology. And as I said, I'm a political science major and I'm minoring in data science. So it's been a great way to bridge my studies and kind of, use both the social issues and philosophical questions that I learn and talk about in political science and then my data science skills from my minor. And it's also actually inspired work that I do outside of this specific program. I work as a senator for this coming year in Berkeley student government, and I'm hoping to push for human context and ethics type requirements in other STEM majors, which is definitely a large feat, especially at a big public university, but it's something that I'm hoping to work on. And then finally, I've gained some of my best friends and some incredible mentors from my work so far in HCE at Berkeley, which I really love.
That's wonderful. Thanks, Sammy. And Sabrina?
Yeah, so I kind of meandered into this area mostly just because when I transferred to UVA, that was like a big culture shock. And it just kind of gave me this like perspective that a lot of people my age hadn't really seen because they've been in that culture for so much longer than I had. So I kind of, just kind of meandered into like ethics and thinking about how some people feel like outsiders. Why do some people leave computer science as a field just because they don't feel like they belong in the field? And then UVA has done a really good job of talking about the history. We have Thomas Jefferson and all of that. And there's a lot of discussions in a lot of our classes about, how this university was created and why it was and how is that changing. And a lot of like our I'm in the engineering school. So the engineering classes will talk about it a lot. And if you're not in the engineering side of computer science, you might not even hear about it. So it's kind of, interesting talking to other classmates who weren't in the engineering side of it, who weren't hearing about, oh, this is how Thomas Jefferson like created this university and why he did that. So that kind of meandered into this side. And then for my project, I just really saw the intro CS classes or intro CS assignments as something that are sometimes like boring and just like, oh, I just have to do this little loopy thing so I can show that I know how to use a loop or something, and not really like applicable. And because it's so easy to learn a little bit about CS and then proceed to make a cool app, and not having any part of that in the conversation was something that seemed really important to me. And what was my last note on this? Also, another thing that the UVA has kind of dealt with is a lot of cheating, and we wanted to create assignments that were not easily Googleable and like engaging in such a way that like students wouldn't want to cheat. So that was something that we considered. And yeah, we just kind of wanted to try to create a more equitable place for computer science and everything. I hope that answers the question.
Yes, thank you. That's such a wonderful perspective too, from your experience going from a community college to an engineering program and what you brought with you. So thank you for sharing that. And the final question I want for us all, I hope we all can learn from you all, is there's also been some chat about the culture that teaching teams and students really help create in these programs. From your experience, how do you think about, how do we make this stick, this being the topic of responsible or ethical concepts in computing? How do we make that stick with students? And how do you think about movement building amongst students, and what are some effective methods for that? And Jan, would you like to start again?
Yes. So for me, there are 3 main points that we've learned so far. First is to teach it early, start in intro level courses. Second, to teach it across courses. And third, spend lecture time and dedicated assignments on it. So I approached this question as a researcher. When reading related papers, I saw that when teaching social impact in computing, most people either do it in more advanced courses or it's a specialized course that focuses mostly on existing systems. But we are targeting intro courses, so students can see that the skills to identify and analyze social threats are relevant from the very beginning. This way, students develop the habit early and don't get the impression that they only have to deal with the issue when it comes up later in various upper courses. After learning about social threats in intro, students can keep exploring and revisit these issues across courses and keep using the same guided questions provided by our framework. Educational research shows that we need to revisit the same concept multiple times in different contexts to make them ingrained. Lastly, students are telling us on course evaluations that they find this valuable. They want us to spend more time on the contents in lecture themselves and not just in assignments.
Great, thank you. And also for so clearly breaking it down for us as well. How about you, Sammy?
Yeah, I was thinking a lot about, the same things that Yan brought up, but something I would add to beyond, having this in intro courses and then also across lots of different courses is even within one course, making sure that it's not just, like one lesson in the middle of the semester, but that it's something that's continuously brought up in discussions and assignments and maybe even in final projects. And then also, I think this was talked about a little bit in the previous panel, but about it doesn't just have to be on computer science or data science faculty. Like, I think a lot of cross-discipline work could actually benefit these courses and make them, even more kind of educational for students. And then I also wanted to bring up some things beyond kind of the lessons themselves, just in terms of, how the class works, who it's taught by, the environment created for students. And so 3 things that I've learned from my work on the curriculum team. One is thinking about how students in the course interact with each other, especially when discussing complex things. So is it in lecture? Is there time in discussion sections? And if there are online forums, what do those look like? And maybe how are they moderated? Another that has been brought up in the past is TAs. And at Berkeley, TAs are super important. So TAs need to be prepared not only to understand these kind of human context connections to technical learning, but also be able to teach those. And that comes through teacher training and TA training, of course. And then finally, making sure that diverse perspectives are included when creating courses and writing textbooks and writing curriculum. And that's something that, we're hoping to improve on at Berkeley for sure.
Thank you, Sammy. What about you, Sabina?
Yeah, really just echoing on that diverse perspective side of things. Like, and at UVA, we have about 33% of the graduating CS class as women, which is like much higher than national average. And I think one of the ways they've done that is by trying to create as diverse as they can at every level along the way. For example, like the engineering schools got like a nice committee that takes student input, and we've had a couple listening sessions throughout the school year that takes in students' input and like tries to take action based on it. And one thing that UVA also does is has a required 1 credit class for TAs that they have to learn about teaching and diversity and all these different things that affect the students that they'll be TAing. And I think that's been really impactful, that UVA has kind of recognized that there are all these aspects. And the finally thing is just that UVA, I'm just going to speak for kind of my seen at UVA, not for everyone, but a lot of students are very grade obsessed and want to do well in their courses. And if your tests are basically saying, oh yeah, you know how a linked list works and you know this data structure or algorithm, cool, you get a good grade. It's not going to really teach the students to be like, oh, okay, I need to know this ethical thing because that's not on the test. And kind of on my school, there's a lot of previous semester's exams out there that you can study from. And they've started a little bit, but I know as time's going on that they are working on to incorporate more those ethical topics into the exams and curriculum, and not just, oh, we're going to talk about gerrymandering for 5 minutes in an algorithms class, but like we're going to actually ask you to understand that. So that's my 2 cents.
Oh, so many great points, Serena. There's actually a whole breakout session on learning assessments and outcome, because like you said, if we're all grading everyone, and if you can do a linked list, and actually also the first interview question you get when you interview for a company is, can you do a linked list? It's really hard to measure some of these. We actually are back on time, but I do want to ask one more question, since you all are here with like maybe 60, 70 or so other faculty members who are all thinking about this space. Is there anything else you think that faculty members can think about, do, consider in training, or maybe if some of the deans are here who are leading their institutions, is there anything they can do to really foster an environment where students can really be involved in this space and do the kinds of work that you all are doing? I'll leave that open for any of you to chime in.
I think it's just really listening to students and like taking their feedback and like showing that you're going to act on that feedback and not just be like, okay, that's a good idea and not do anything about it. Because just there's lots of students out there that have great ideas or know a way that they think they could improve the program, but the CS department has so many students that unless you really take the time to talk to them and like kind of force it out of them a little bit, you're never going to get that information. So yeah, just kind of listening to students and then showing them that you are taking their thoughts and acting upon them.
Thank you. Sammy, any thoughts?
Oh yeah, and I just want to add to Sabrina's comments that it's like we shouldn't stop at just listening from each individual student, but there should be more of an effort on how we can like organize these students so they can contribute to the entire curriculum collaboratively. So we don't end up, like having one version in every individual course, and then like overall it didn't work so well when students are like taking courses after courses and end up seeing similar contents.
Thank you. And Sam, you'd wrap us up.
Yeah. At Berkeley, I think we're lucky to have like an institutionalized student team of undergrads, but I don't know, about other universities, but I think institutionally there needs to be more kind of spaces made where students are going to be listened to. And then something else that's been popping up at Berkeley is like in the electrical engineering and computer science, as well as in data science, like anti-racist working groups of TAs and other undergraduate students. And so if there can be more maybe institutional recognition of the work being done in those groups, and more kind of listening being done to these students' perspectives on curriculum and on the departments, I think that could be really helpful.
So one follow-up question for you. Is that group that you're in, was that something created by a faculty member or the institution's leadership, or was it a group of students that got together and pushed for it?
Are you asking about the HCE team?
Yeah, yes, the curriculum team.
I don't know.
That's the team. Yeah.
It started before I came to Berkeley.
Okay, maybe we can discuss that more in the teaching team breakout session and how these groups get spun up and how we support our students. Or maybe Margaret can chime in chat. But thank you so much for coming and sharing your perspective and your wisdom with all of us. We hope to see you in the breakout rooms. Thanks, everyone. All right, we will now jump over to our interdisciplinary panel, which is always a big and very, very important one. This is one that's very important to us at Mozilla as well, recognizing that responsible computing is not just computer science people sitting in a room together. So we're going to have the following 4 people: Autrey from Buffalo in the computer science department, Ben from Georgia State in learning sciences and education, Jeff from Harvard in philosophy, and Maria from Buffalo in social work and social sciences. And we're so thrilled to have you all here, and give us a second to do some pinning. I think they're already pinned, so I'll stop sharing the screen. Great, thanks, Alex. Alex is behind the scenes in AV, making sure everyone gets pinned appropriately. Welcome, we're so glad you all are here to talk about such an important and messy and hard and also rewarding topic of working across disciplines to make this work. So we'll kick off with the first question that we have for all of you, which is similar to the inner institution one. Tell us about your role and how you really got to working across disciplines. And let's start with you, Autrey.
All right. So as Ellen said, when I started out, this is nowhere on my radar. I'm a mathematician who hides in the computer science and engineering department. So I do theoretical computer science. And even like 10 years back, if someone had come and talked to me, I would nod politely and go back and do my own proofs. But things change. And I guess to cut long story short, I'll just kind of briefly mention kind of 2 of the interdisciplinary projects that I'm involved with currently. I'm so lucky that Maria is here, so I'm going to let her talk about our work, collaboration with social work. I'm going to focus a bit more on the other project, which is with Dahlia Miller, my colleague from history, whom you all heard give the last lightning talk on her great Impossible project framework, where we're using her framework to create a new module in our first year seminar called Making Computing Anti-Racist. The reason, I mean, has been brought up many times, like from our training as computer scientists, we basically don't know how to, really talk about these things. So it was great to have Maria and Melanie, my colleagues in social work, kind of opening our eyes to really lots of things, but also Dahlia kind of bringing her expertise in history and social justice and so on and so forth. There's also, I think, a question of how it started. So the work with Dahlia essentially started out as a half joke. I was a mentor in her Impossible project thing for the honors students. And I was like, Dahlia, you really want something impossible? How about you come help us teach our CSE first year students that technology, is not neutral? And she's like, okay, sure. I'm like, okay, let's get on with it. And so it is one of those really serendipitous things that happened. And yeah, I think I'll stop here for now.
Thank you, Autrey. Right around 2 minutes. So Maria, can you please tell us more about your work in social work and how you collaborate across disciplines as well?
Sure. So first, I acknowledge the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, and I honor the sovereignty of the 6 nations, the Mohawk, the Cayuga, the Onondaga, the Oneida, the Seneca, and the Tuscarora. I live and work on their land, and I'm talking to you from there as well. So I thank their ancestors and them for the opportunity to do so. I thank my own ancestors as well for their protection and guidance, the Taino and Arawak people, my West African ancestors, and the colonizers of the land then known as Haiti. And so the way I came to this work is I've spent some time in my previous institution helping the Administration for Children's Services think about racial equity in terms of their predictive algorithms, thanks to some of the work I did in my doctoral program at the University of Washington. And when I brought up the fact that human services are not neutral, we can predict with really high certainty using a simple linear regression, who's going to end up in human services. there was some resistance to some of the methodological methods by which we could address that. And so I had some conversations with some other folks, and very happily, I'm now at UB with folks like Atri and Dalia and Kenny, who's not here, Melanie, where we've been working on a really transdisciplinary approach to looking at predictive algorithms within human services broadly, but child welfare in particular. I'll stop there.
Great, thank you so much. If only all our institutions had that kind of collaboration. Jeff, would you like to tell us a bit about philosophy and computing?
Hi everyone, I'm Jeff Behrens. I'm a philosopher at Harvard, and I co-direct a program here called Embedded Ethics, which works to integrate custom-built ethics modules across the CS curriculum here. This was founded about 4 years ago now by Barbara Gross in computer science and Allison Simmons, my colleague in philosophy. And so the way this works here, and this is by way of explaining my role, most of the on-the-ground teaching is done by philosophy PhD students. So they get paired with CS instructors who have opted into the program. They work together to build material for CS XYZ. That's really hard, and the PhD students need a lot of support to do it. And so we're lucky to have a team of postdocs, both within philosophy and in computer science, who work collaboratively with the PhD students to assist them. And I'm at the top of that team. So I sort of oversee the pedagogical, most of the pedagogical work for the program. I also am one of these people who fell into this quite by accident, and even slightly against my wishes for part of it. So I like to say that I was gently cajoled or tricked into co-teaching first with Barbara, a class that she had been working on called Intelligent Systems Design and Ethical Challenges. And she had been looking for a philosopher to co-teach with her, and I was around, and sort of found my way teaching with her, and that was a really eye-opening experience for me. So I learned a lot about computer science, sort of on the fly with the students, and it really came to sort of recognize the value of the work that Barbara and others were pushing for, and also thought, okay, philosophy can make a meaningful contribution to this conversation if we do it right. And so since about 4 years ago now, I've really been throwing a lot of my time and effort into projects in this space, both on the teaching and research side. Thanks.
Thank you, Jeff. And a thought for all of us on how do we find people who are around and interested so we can cajole them into doing this work with us. And Ben, your background in education, human development, but also in interactive computing. You have such a depth of experience there. Can you tell us more about that and how you got involved?
Yeah, absolutely. And just to echo everyone, it's just, it's wonderful to be on this panel and just appreciative to be part of this day. I thought the student panel was incredible, as we all did, so particularly. So yeah, it's just great to be here. Yeah, so my name is Ben Shapiro. I'm an assistant professor over at Georgia State and a wonderful PhD student. She literally just started this summer. She's incredible. Sierra Gilliam shared some of our work earlier on this project called Mapping Self and Society. So I suppose the way that I came to be involved just in this whole theme is I grew up in the Bay Area. I've always been around computer science. Parents were software engineers, but I've always loved teaching. So I've worked with teachers for years and years and years. And doing computing responsibly, thinking about ethics has just kind of always been central to the ways that I've been taught to think. So I think this Mapping Self and Society project, it's interdisciplinary in a lot of ways. It crosses institutions. So it's between Georgia State, Vanderbilt, and also certainly Georgia Tech, with work connected with Ellen Segura and Jason Borenstein. And the disciplines are geography, education, and computer science, certainly. So I suppose that the history of it is it started at Vanderbilt as a way to bring ideas of place-based education into social studies and teacher education. And when I got transplanted to Georgia Tech, it quickly, through the Mozilla project and through other things Ellen and others have been working on, became a little more focused on computer ethics. And so those are the disciplines at play. Those are the types of things that it draws from a lot of the project theories and ideas from each of those disciplines. And so happy to talk more about that as we go through the panel.
Great, thank you, Ben. So the next two questions, they're a little bit related to each other, but they're different. Building off of what you all have already said, what are some of the lessons you've learned from working across disciplines? Lessons as in either what you've learned from your colleagues in their disciplines, or just the actual obstacles of working across disciplines and have you overcome them. And the follow-up for that after this will be, now that you've overcome those obstacles, there's no more obstacles. What are some of the effective methods for having done that? But let's start with what are some of the lessons you've learned from either your colleagues or just from figuring out how to do this work together? And let's just stay in the same order to keep it simple. Autry, would you like to start?
Sure. So I have to admit, I don't have a great, deep philosophical insight to give you all. So I'll probably, to me, they seem small, but still important. So one of the things that I realized, which again, in hindsight is kind of obvious, is a big difference in certainly how I was trained as a computer science student, and I think still most of the computer science and engineering students are trained, is we are trained to kind of start off with a problem and then you just break it down into smaller and smaller problems, right? So you start off with a problem and that's sacrosanct. No one questions that problem, right? And the whole kind of like the traditional education in computer science is break it down to smaller problems so they can solve it, right? And kind of the big for me, and very nice aha moment was realizing, well, the problem is because we think that the problem that we are starting off with is sacrosanct, right? So the things you should be doing is kind of, in some sense, go higher up to like the higher societal level. Like, it's like, if someone gives you a problem, it's like, why this problem, right? Why do you want it solved, right? If someone claims this will solve blah for everyone, who is everyone? And I like to plug, Maria has an awesome talk on this, where she kind of really drills down on this, which is titled The Root of Algorithmic Bias and How to Deal with It. So I'd encourage you all to go ahead and read. So that, I think, for me was a important moment to have that realization, because that also helps you kind of, if you're trying to kind of teach things at the intersection of society and computing to students, like you have to kind of attack that root issue in some sense. The other thing that I've learned, and again, this is mostly for those of you who are computer scientists or CSE folks, is the need to be humble. Is like computer science will not solve all the problems. In all of these things, computer science is not the central discipline, but you are there to help. It's not like your thing. In some sense, I think my training is as a complexity theorist, so we all go around proving that you can't do things, right? So in that sense, it was probably not that of a big shock for me to kind of realize that computing can't solve all the problems. But again, those two things, I think, were my two main kind of realizations. Yeah, I think
Thank you. Yes, thank you for sharing that. And Maria.
So thanks, Atri, for that shameless plug. I guess what I've learned is most folks don't really understand the lived experience of the margins. And social work, the function of social work in society, this is my own definition, the function of social work in society is to mitigate market failure. So everyone that markets don't work for, we catch at every intersection, at every positionality, which is why our language is sometimes a little bit difficult to understand. And so, because it's very targeted to the people who most people don't see. Or even want to see, frankly. And so, so I think I've been very lucky to be with colleagues who are really open-minded and really happy to kind of take that journey of looking at things that they've been trained at a lot of different levels, not just formally in terms of institutions, but where they've been trained at lots of levels to ignore. And I think what I've learned from my colleagues is that it's really nice when you can solve something. I'm a weird social worker in that in social work, I tend to be seen as a methodologist, however incorrect that might be. And so it's really nice when I get to code something because I can start coding it and then I'm done coding it and it's done. And that's great. And so the celebration of completing things, I think, is really great with my colleagues. But I think overall, you know, we've really worked on just moving beyond the kind of problems we have within our disciplines, and I'll talk more about that later, but that's kind of the biggest learning point for me.
Thank you, Maria. Jeff?
Yeah, thanks. So maybe just a couple of thoughts here before we get to the follow-up question, I guess, about overcoming obstacles. Well, I guess on the positive side first, like some lessons I learned from my early days is I really didn't know what to expect when I started teaching and collaborating with computer scientists in terms of sort of general enthusiasm for hanging around with philosophers and also whether there'd be kind of like understanding and goodwill for working across disciplinary boundaries. And so one thing that I'll say is that from my perspective anyway, I have found the computer science community to be full of energy and goodwill, and maybe I've been lucky. I'm sure there's some sample size bias here, but it just seems to me that for the humanists out there, I'll just say that there are lots of really excellent, really well-intentioned people working in STEM who understand who at least understand enough of what we're doing to say, hey, come join us. So there's a note of optimism. Oh, and I wanted to sort of supplement that thought by calling back to what we heard from the students. There's tons of energy among students. So I'll just report briefly that basically everything we're doing at Harvard is the result of undergraduate students yelling at the faculty and saying, why the hell aren't you giving us what we need in our education? And so from my point of view, we're sort of like slowly closing a gap that should have been really shouldn't have been there in the first place. So thanks to the three of you on that panel and to all students who are sort of pushing us forward. And then I'll just note a couple, like one obstacle before we get to the problem solving stuff. So a sort of lesson learned. Tons of energy among the students. Sorry, I just saw Earhart in the chat with asterisks. So I think there's a sort of like a sort of depressing side of my early days in the area, which is that I thought a lot of what I was seeing in the kind of like early moves in like the computer science literature that was trying to address ethics issues on its own, and the philosophical literature that was kind of working like in isolation but in parallel, is that it's in both cases not terribly sophisticated, right? I think there's like a huge difference between looking at the literatures now and 5 years ago. And a lot of it, I think, really is down to interdisciplinary collaboration. I mean, I guess, like, to be mean to my discipline, there's so much philosophy that is just technically incompetent, and sort of either therefore advancing kind of like harmful recommendations about how to address issues in tech ethics, or just sort of like completely missing the point. I won't elaborate as far on sort of the STEM discipline, since it's easier for me to criticize my own. Roughly in those cases, I think what you see are kind of like really good first passes, but kind of like superficial analyses of really complicated problems. So those are a couple of lessons, a few lessons, I suppose, learned from early moments in that area.
Thanks, Jeff. I know you've shared some really great lessons learned in our planning sessions as well on this topic.
Well, yeah, I hope so. These are great. I'm learning here for sure. Yeah, I suppose a couple that I've written down to add on to some that you were all saying, there are really different histories of ethics in different disciplines. And so for us, geography, education, and computer science have really different histories. And you've got to understand those histories as you're starting the project. One that I don't know if others find this super interesting, but I think many people outside of computer science have a view of computer science ethics that needs an update, and you do that by showing them, it's fair they hold not a great view, but by showing them work from Mozilla and other types of places, it excites them to try to approach computer ethics different than views from 30 years ago. And I think Marty and others, from some of the earlier talks, were sharing that history, and it's important there. We talked a lot about the different theoretical perspectives on our project. For us, it was like place-based education and geography, folks like Roger Hart, sociocultural theories of learning, Laban Wenger, and care ethics in HCI and CS. And the crazy thing is, there's tons of similarities and tons of key differences in how they view ethics. For us, there's a huge focus on expanding from kind of predominantly Western individual centered views of ethics as decision making to a more relational understanding of ethics. And that was huge for our project in terms of teaching and design. So just a general thing, comparing those similarities and differences. And then I suppose the last thing is there's all sorts of things we couldn't have predicted from the collaboration. So I think we had some views of how we were going to use the framework we were going to developing, and I suppose we used it in that one way for social studies, but it grew pretty quickly to teacher education, and then as a way to give computer science students experience with personal data in ways that they're going to be handling all this data, but they've really never had experiences reflecting on their own personal data. So, that's kind of these unintended consequences were a big lesson learned in good ways. Yeah.
And thank you for sharing that and the richness just around how different disciplines think about ethics. So let's wrap up with the last question, which is, what are some of the methods for doing this, like the nitty gritty of doing this work, whether it's having PhD students go between disciplines because all the bureaucracy is too hard, or co-teaching a class, or even just recognizing that sometimes when you write a paper, some disciplines view it as not great when you have a second collaborator across what are some of the methods for overcoming overcoming some of those obstacles and for just doing this, to be able to do this work with different disciplines? Achi, would like to start?
Oh, sure. So a couple of things. One thing that is really important for these collaborations is what I call bridge people, who are like in social work but can actually talk to technologists. Because kind of the difference in language that different disciplines has is, I think, probably the number one obstacle in collaborating. And so in my case, in my collaborations, I was always lucky to have people like Maria or my colleague Kenny, who has been working in at the intersection of society and computing and can talk the language, right? So in that sense, it was much easier for me to collaborate with other disciplines because I could talk to the bridge people. So kind of identifying these bridge people is very, very useful. And I think it's probably, if I had to pick one thing that can determine whether the thing is going to succeed or not, is that. The second one is, as I'll already mentioned, undergrads, TAs, and they're awesome. They kind of, and students in general kind of basically, are the engine. They basically do essentially all the work, right? And so kind of making sure you have funding sources for those students is very, very important. Now, we got really lucky with the Mozilla grant and that worked out that way, but even advocating for a special pot of money for undergrad TAs who are cross-disciplinary can be useful. And one of the other things, it's kind of, now that I think of it, seems odd saying it, like I still can't believe I'm kind of towards more of senior people in the area, but I think one of the things as you get senior, the one thing you really need to do is to kind of advocate for more juniors colleague of yours who are kind of working in this cross-disciplinary thing, especially when it comes to things like hiring. Because hiring or promotion or tenure, people who are working in this cross-disciplinary thing always run into issues because basically they don't look like the work that people are used to kind of evaluating even at the hiring or tenure. So kind of standing up and kind of advocating for them is very, very important. And so, yeah, I think those were the three things I'd like to.
Thank you for sharing those lessons, Maria.
Yeah, I would say one of the concrete things I've thought about is, just really basic relationship building. The questions in interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary work are the same as they are in the world right now, right? Like whom do you trust? Why do you trust them? What reasons do you have to trust them? And in that vein, I think in addition to what Atri mentioned, being clear about what you need. I'm an assistant professor, I'm tenure track. I have a lot of other things kind of stacked against me in terms of the academy. So being really transparent about, hey, you're first author this time, I'm second author next time, so forth and so on. And then the third would be to, just really lift people up. This work, depending on your positionality, can be really tiring and really difficult. And so, just having spaces where people can be joyful. I can't tell you how many times people have seen my kid like run across a screen, or somebody's dog runs over and people are just compassionate. And I think though those basic human things, humanness counts for a lot.
Thank you, Maria. Jeff?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to end up like plus oneing a couple of things. Maybe I'll try to add some detail here. So this, I think, like coheres really closely with a lot of what Maria just said, what Stacy said in the chat, what others have said throughout the day about building relationships and sort of earning trust. For us, I mean, take this. I don't think this is probably great advice everywhere, but for us, I think one thing that really worked to our now rather large program's advantage is that it started very small. So, the very early days of embedded ethics, sort of before it had that name, were Barbara and Allison, just two faculty members who were brought together by an undergrad, and the undergrad told them, like, look, you guys need to figure this out. And they just, they built a relationship over time. Then I taught with Barbara and sort of co-teaching with somebody. You got to figure out your relationship pretty fast, or it's not going to go very well. And then, as embedded ethics has grown, I think it's mostly due to just like beneficial peer effects of, these three people in computer science opted in first, right? They had faith in Barbara, and so they were like, okay, let's do it. And then, it's a kind of slow progression at first, where you go from 3 to 5 to, maybe you just bump up to 6. And, in 4 years now, we typically offer modules in half of the CS undergrad curriculum, and nobody's required to do it. It really is just I think in large part to having a small group of people who kind of understood each other, came to trust each other, and you get these cool kind of add-on effects. So maybe just two quick thoughts that are maybe kind of supplemental to that. I wanted to call back to Atri's. He's gone now. The power of my words.
Your words.
He mentioned humility. So I talk about this all the time in the context like this. I think epistemic humility is like absolutely vital to building interdisciplinary trust. I think Autor is kind of like poking fun at computer scientists or mathematicians, but philosophers are terrible at thinking that, you know, we're more important than everybody else. And like if, you know, if we just like point our big brains at the problem, then, you know, we'll figure it out. And that's silly nonsense. And there's a lot of work that needs to be done and kind of like ratcheting down the ego and respecting expertise on the other side of the room. And then the last thing, this is a luxury, of course, but just spending lots of time in different kinds of contexts, I think, is really valuable. So, you know, I teach with computer scientists. I do some mentoring of computer science postdocs. I've written with computer scientists. And so just being able to spend time, as Maria says, you know, kind of being human in these different contexts, I think goes a long way. Of course, as I say, like acknowledged, that's a huge luxury. We don't all have the ability to, you know, fill our days with this kind of work, but it helps.
Thanks, Jeff. And Ben.
Oh yeah, I guess a few more little, these are great to add on to from mainly from projects related to that's been supported from the, you know, Mozilla work with Ellen, Jason, and others at Vanderbilt. You know, defining terms, Maria was, I thought, hinting at this really nicely, like what's equity, what are ethics at the start of your project and how each person views those, you know, just a super important, simple thing to do. We actually get everybody to do technical and non-technical things at the start and throughout the project. So for us, like, you know, we're having faculty and the students working on the project, you're going to go collect data, you know, about yourself. And you're also going to read things that are really deep and complex related to care ethics or something like you know, a work from Deborah Lupton or something, you know, and that's hard for people who are either just technical or vice versa. We focus on making products. I thought Maria or Jeff, or actually one of you were hinting at this as well, making things that like will benefit everybody. So not just dividing up the work, but, you know, having clear, if it's an academic publication, it's like, everybody's going to help with that. And you're going to write different ones that are going to benefit each person in a really community-centered way. And then, yeah, I suppose the last thing, just to echo what Jeff and others were saying, you know, everything I think we've been doing related to computer ethics has very much been focused on doing it with students. I mean, honestly, recognizing that they know more than us in a lot of this stuff in certain ways, and being kind of co-creators with them, and then also with goals of like the output should impact students in meaningful ways, either for like jobs or new career paths. That's something, you know, that are opening up, that the interdisciplinary collaboration should kind of like point to those career paths that they might either find or make themselves, something like that. So.
Thank you, Ben. I know I said we were at the end of questions, but there's one more that I think came up because of the chat, but I also think is really, really critical to bring up. Judy had raised a question of the privilege of students who are able to actually rise up and push faculty members versus students who perhaps, actually I was one of these students, keep your head down a little bit and graduate with your degree. But I think that also is a bigger question also around faculty members who are like, I feel like doing this, while others can't for a number of reasons, whether they're more junior or because of their backgrounds, or maybe they're the only person of color in their faculty, et cetera. Let's, in any order, how do you all think about either encouraging students or creating a safe environment for students to push, or for other faculty members who may not be in a place where they can easily speak up or push the administration for change? How do y'all think about that when we are doing this work across disciplines?
This is real off the top of my head, but a couple of thoughts. I mean, first, this is an opportunity, I think, to you know, sort of say thanks to Kathy and Jen for the work that they've been doing using the RCS challenge program to try to fill some of these gaps, because some of what you know, better resource institutions or networks of that kind that a forum can do is just show up to administrators and show up to departments and say, no, look, you know, this is something that you have to take seriously. Lots of people in just the past half hour or so have mentioned the importance of just saying, like, look, faculty need they need professional recognition for doing this kind of work, and you know, if the big guns can come in and try to put pressure in that way, that's important. I mean, it's, you know, like if we're going to have to live in a world where there are huge disparities in the social power of higher ed institutions, then the ones with the big social power need to wield it for good. And then I think another thing is that, so on another, there's this other project that I'm involved in which we're trying to, well, we are running an empirical study of student reception to various approaches to tech ethics. And there, like, that's another domain, like the empirical research has got to, we can't just research the Ivies and the big, state flagships. You might have to research them in addition to other places because it's a way to draw attention. But so, for example, we're conducting some research now at the New Jersey Institute of Technology and learning a lot about students, who say, this is all well and good, but at the end of the day, what I have to do is get a job so that my family can, exist. And so understanding that those students are, as Judy, I think, said in the question, like, those are not the students, that I encounter regularly. And so we just need to do whatever's required to understand them. Yeah, sorry, that got a little soapboxy.
Thank you, Jeff. Maria.
I guess one of the, I don't guess, I know that one of the best things that has happened to me in my own career that I do my best to do for others is just mention people's names when they aren't in the room. I think that's one of the nicest compliments you can pay another person, is to speak well of them when they aren't there, but more importantly, to call attention to folks. I've personally given up on figuring out whether I'm going to get tenure. Atri has heard me talk about this. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. But I think the other thing is that my own life is guided by principles. And so what I tell my students, certainly, as well as, what I talk a lot about with my colleagues is just, to me, it's more important to have done the right thing. That involves a certain amount of privilege. But that's the way that I choose to use my privilege, is to give it away.
Thank you, Maria. If it's okay with Ben and Audrey, we're a bit over time and I want to make the break too short. So we have an interdisciplinary breakout session where we can continue this discussion as well. And so I'll throw up the breakout session slides right now, as well as put them into, actually, Jen, can you please, would you mind putting them into chat? And we'll take a break until 4:05 and we'll reconvene. And these are the breakout sessions where we now have facilitators for. I'll share. There'll actually be an 11th one. So I think Jen and I decided we would call either the lounge or early happy hour or something. That's just an open space to hang out. But these are 10 that we thought might be interesting to folks choosing computing classes. So if you're starting out, which class did you even think about? Is it the algorithms class? Is it the senior design project? Which classes? Critical design thinking. Hadar did a lightning talk on that earlier. Interdisciplinary collaboration. Ben will help facilitate that. Victoria Newman as well. And discussing justice and equity in the classroom. Cross-institution collaboration, working with the teaching / course / research assistants, so working with the different kinds of student assistants, engaging with industry, learning outcomes and assessments, making lessons stick, and managing resistance. We definitely have facilitators for the first 30 minutes, and we'll bring you back and we'll just see what happens for the second half. And it'll be done in a choose your own adventure style, so you'll get to see a pop-up that will list all the breakout sessions. And with the exception of the facilitators, you all can jump around whichever ones you want. And it should be roughly, if everything were even, 6 or 7 people per room, but we know that some of the sessions will have more people than others. So let's go ahead and break. And I'll repeat some of this when we reconvene in about 5 minutes. And if there's anything you're dying to discuss, please just throw them into chat and we can make something last minute as well. All right. Hi, everyone. Welcome. Welcome back. I thought we're small enough-ish at this point where maybe we can spend, if folks have a 1 minute on, let's do the raise a hand because I think we're too big to just have people. If folks have just a 1 minute recap of not just what everyone, but something that you took away from your session that you just really want to share with the group, and then we'll open the breakout rooms. Again, it'll be the same breakout rooms. I know there were a few that didn't have anyone, and that was totally fine. This time I won't assign the discs of timing. I won't assign the facilitators again. So if you agree to facilitate, please just go to that breakout room. But raise your hand if there's something that you want to share with the group from your breakout session. Something you learned, something insightful, something to dig more on. I can also see faces. So if you want to physically raise your hand, I'll probably see you too. Tina.
Yes, so I was facilitating the one on managing resistance, and we talked very briefly about how it's difficult to get a student to see or acknowledge a problem when it's never affected them personally. You know, if you've never been discriminated against or faced sort of like algorithmic discrimination, if you don't think it would affect you personally, it can be very hard to wrap your brain around it. And so I think, you know, talk of empathizing, which has been sort of a recurring theme, is really important in that. We also talked, though, about how you can frame it as a technical problem. One of the other participants talked about how, like, a natural language processing system might misunderstand African-American vernacular. And it's possible to frame that as an accuracy problem, right? Like, you have to include in the training data representative data of the body of information that you want it to be accurate on. So framing it as an accuracy problem rather than a sort of cultural problem might be one way to approach that. If someone says, well, I don't see a problem because it understands me, well, you know, maybe you're part of the training data. And, you know, if you're trying to apply it to a different body of data, you need to make sure that it's going to be accurate on that body of data as well. So framing it as accuracy might help.
Thanks, Tina. Mm-hmm. Any other folks, especially if folks haven't had any chance in the Lightning Talker panel this week as well? But please pick any thoughts, any lessons, insights that folks want to share with the broader group. Anyone? I wish this were a classroom so I can stare into people's eyes. I'm doing it now, but you can't see me do that. Me. I know some of the rooms will likely go back to your original because you're just going to continue the conversation. Jasmine.
Yeah, I can. So I was in the engaging with industry breakout, and one insight from there is that a lot of sort of industry approaches to the responsible computing sort of idea or frameworks is to have the product teams be responsible for it. Like there's no like sort of oversight committee that's going to like check every product or every piece of code that gets pushed. And so that's kind of even more of an incentive to teach students, you know, even from like day one, of like, you're the person like that's going to be responsible for this. Like, even if you know, feel like this is not relevant or that's not closely related to your technical work, like this is what technical teams do. So I thought that was a nice thing that I can say to like sort of hammer it home clear.
Yeah. Thank you, Jasmine. Dahlia.
Sorry. I was hoping somebody else from my group would raise their hand. We were having a super dope conversation. I hope we're all gonna like go back into the room and hope we'll convince other folks to come in. But we started talking about something that we will probably never be able to finish talking about, which is the difference between in teaching toward justice in our classrooms, the difference between working on adjusting or shifting our content and adjusting or shifting our pedagogy. And we were kind of going around and thinking and sharing our different experiences with that, and we're thinking through that question. And we happened upon, I think, a really fascinating one that we want to go back to, which is the difference between group work and collaboration in the classroom. And really sort of defining the differences between those. I'm a sort of anti-group work person. I'm trying to purge myself of group work and trying to define radical collaboration differently and think about how we build that in our classroom starting really early in our semester and working intentionally through. So we were kind of there, deep in it, ready to go back and dive back in. So I'll share that much.
All right. Well, on that note, let's recreate the rooms and send everyone back. I won't bring everyone back where you work. So I know some people want to move different places. So I'll recreate the rooms, and please feel free to go back to your original rooms. And yeah, or go to something new. And if you have issues, Jen and I can assign you to groups. So I will recreate. Oh, wait. Actually, no, I don't want to do that. Recreating apparently makes me rename all the rooms again. I'm going to open all the rooms and please feel free to move around as you wish. You should be able to just click on the other room and move to it, or just leave room and go back to another room. And it'll just send you back here. So I hope that's not too confusing. And I put a link to the notes document in case you want to take notes in your groups. So I'll open all the rooms again.
Oh, there, sorry, yeah, Padar, on the critical design thinking group. Right?
Yeah. Thank you. How do I remove? It was removed automatically. Yeah, I had the privilege of hosting two really interesting sessions and very different from each other. The first one was with teachers, and the second one I had there were a few students that joined, and it was just so interesting. I have to say that Coco was talking about how to incorporate social dilemmas and data that is more related to real social issues in the process of building the curriculum, which I can say that resonated a lot with me working on design projects with clients, how to insert those this vocabulary and way of thinking inside the very templated way that we're working in. So kind of thinking how to take those hooks and places that we're gonna hit no matter what, if those are assignments or meetings or milestones, and kind of incorporate social thinking in those areas. That was, I think, the main theme of the two breakout sessions we just had, and really fascinating. So I want to thank everyone.
Thanks for leading that and for bringing just the perspective of what it's like to do this in real life, in practice. So thank you. Sindhu and I actually were talking about that, the bridging academia with industry practice.
Yeah, feel free to email me. I'm here and I'm happy to talk. Yeah.
What else? I know you all had great discussions. I like the call to your justice and equity group though.
Audrey has his hand up.
All right, so we were in the choosing computing courses breakout room. We had a pretty cool conversation. Maybe I'll talk about one aspect which sometimes I think does not get as much discussion time, which is kind of students, like in many places, students don't have the choice of saying, I'm not going to work for this company because they are evil, in the sense that they just might not have too many employment choices. And so the question is, how do you kind of motivate such students to kind of pay attention to topics about responsible computing? And you talked about how like the students tend to have in their mind, like either you are an activist or this evil coder, right? And there's nothing in between. And kind of one of the things we can do as educators is point out that you have the kind of full spectrum. And as just pointed out, like how teach them how to cause good trouble without, you know, taking into livelihood into account as well. But
thank you, Audrey. Any learning outcomes, folks? I know that was a pretty big. Oh, Kimberly.
Sure. So we talked a lot about the shortcomings in assessment and sort of this $1 million question about assessment tools and what would work. And I think some really great points were raised about building a culture of assessment, and you know how the culture of the institution itself affects what we're measuring. I think Vance brought up a great point in our group that just this idea of having students acknowledge the technology is not neutral, getting a student to that point is a win. And maybe that's a win at one institution, but then Alicia mentioned in a smaller ethics elective course, we want more from students. And so first, we're facing this dearth of assessment tools when it comes to this topic. And then within the topic of assessing ethical decision-making and socially responsible computing, there are different levels of understanding that we need to measure and where students are sort of in that continuum of understanding. So I think we had a lot of really great questions, but they sparked a lot of conversations that don't necessarily have immediate answers.
Thank you. Any engaging industry or teaching assistant, or the interdisciplinary group, which I know got pretty big, or any additions from the justice and equity group as well? Any insights to share? Anyone? I'm trying to avoid cold calling. I won't do that. I don't think this is the right form for that. It's late.
I'll take a stab summarizing if our group Kathy, if it's helpful. Yeah, please, anyone else jump in. I'll do our best. Our group was really diverse and full of like wonderful, really interesting folks who are doing a lot of interesting work across liberal arts, across big schools, across small schools. So I think it took us a while to just tease that out and think about that. And I think where we ended up was, what does interdisciplinary collaboration offer to teaching ethics? We shared a few examples, some from the Mozilla work, the Computer Ethics Narrative Project. Honey shared an example, kind of that looks like uses a government policy lens to think about talking about ethics in computing contexts. And the Explore AI Ethics Project from Denise was one we looked a little deeper into. I suppose we really just got to like questions like, how do we get CS students to think about their limits? Marty shared that question. There were a few others from Emmanuel. I thought a lot of our conversation was like, how do we stop focusing just on content, but like more student-centered teaching, more active learning strategies? And also, I think that led to a little bit like faculty hold a lot of assumptions about students and ethics, and they may, you know, there may be a lot of value in those, but they may be wrong in certain ways, and we need to expand those. So I think our discussion was touching on some of those things. Feel free to add anything, anyone else? Yeah.
Thanks, Ben. Any other additions on that or the industry one? Which other? Yeah.
I think we also had a lot of discussion around what works and what doesn't work in sort of like ethics education. And so Sabrina was also giving us valuable input from the student point of view, and different people sharing what actually helped. And for example, that what you would have liked to have seen is that when ethical problems are being discussed, that you actually also have a look at the technology behind it. For example, if people talk about the problems that facial recognition has, that you actually have a look at how is this decision made with this technology, and kind of like blending in this different things about code and ethics. So it's not as easily distinguishable. I think that's the only thing that I would add.
Thank you, Victoria. I feel like this is related to, I'm gonna maybe coldish call you on tying the high level, this is not great, to the actual, what's the tech behind this, so make it so that we can figure out maybe perhaps how to shift. And I think that maybe ties a little bit to thinking about engaging with industry, or at least helping students and academics understand how our work tied to the actual industry beyond, you know, high level concepts. Zinru, did you want to?
Yeah, sure. I think you mentioned bridging industry a few times, and I kept my camera off. Yeah, no, I think it's really important because, you know, and I'm reading some of the comments, you know, here as well, where yeah, like once you get into industry, I feel like there's just, it's like an eye opener, right? Like a lot of times the narrative, I know like when I was in school or in academia, a lot of times it's, oh, you know, I don't know if I want to go, like, I want to do things the right way, methodologically. I want to be sound. I want to make sure we're teaching ethics that are like only, I don't know. I just feel like a lot of times, like people are worried that if they're going into industry, I'm going to have to give up on ethics. I'm going to have to, you know, not be as ethical if I go work for a company that I perceive as unethical. And the thing is, there's a lot of gray area, right? And there's a lot of very practical like constraints that you don't realize, right? You don't see the big picture. And then, and I'm not saying that justifies, you know, a choice or not. I'm just saying it's complicated. And so I think, you know, I don't know if I can directly address everything that's been said, but really just, I think it's so important for students to realize that there are so many different factors and stakeholders and different people who are impacted by technology, and what seems ethical in one case may actually not be in another case, and really reaching out to whether it is work and, you know, have an internship in industry or partner with folks, you know, meet some of the folks at places like this or workshops to be able to discuss and understand, like, you know, we did like a heuristic evaluation with the Facebook privacy, like ad setting interface at one point. We were going to publish something, but then we talked with the team and we're like, okay, well, why is it like this? And why is it like this? And it was a great conversation to have, to understand, oh, okay, you have that constraint, or, this was another goal. Yeah, I see how that'd be a hard thing to balance. So anyway, I don't know if that gives enough, but I feel like it's just really important to be able to take those different perspectives and get that experience. I think I can't remember on the panel. Sorry, one of the panelists was talking about how important it is to be able to just spend time with other audiences or in other fields, and in this case, in industry, to really understand, the other perspectives.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And on that note, let's go ahead and wrap. I know I have to run and get my kids too. And so a couple of things. As a reminder, we have the Responsible Computing Playbook. They're actively looking for collaborators. Atri and I have been co-editors on that, but we've had 30 or so wonderful, amazing collaborators that got us to where it is today, and we're constantly adding more content. There's the Global Global Teaching Responsible Computing Community of Practice. Tina asked in chat if you're automatically opt into that group, and the answer is no. We didn't want to opt anyone into the mailing list unless you actually signed up for it yourself. So please join that. It should be other folks that were here for the summit, other people who've been interested in this topic in the past. And then there's the link at the bottom for the open notes doc. But we'll send all of this out in a post email as well. And really just a genuine thank you for spending the day with us. It's always hard, I think, to spend this much time on a remote Zoom session. So thank you for being open with your collaborations. And I'll turn it over to Jen to say some final words, and we'll end.
Yeah, thank you. And I will also make sure we end on time. But I think, as some of you know, because you're formally part of the challenge, the first phase of the challenge is ending at the end of December this year. And Kathy and I are actively talking to funders at the moment about kind of the next 3 to 5 years of the challenge. Those conversations are going well, but we don't have anything to announce formally yet. But we will definitely be sending out information to the listserv when we have it, but we definitely are looking at kind of 3 different approaches. One on kind of more of this interdisciplinary approach, the second on global expansion opportunities, and then also going deeper with some of the minority serving institutions in the United States. So those are some of the areas that we're looking into. And yeah, just thank you so much for being here. It's been awesome to see you all. This was a long day, but we hope to hear about conversations continuing. We can do that both formally and informally. If you haven't left your details in the doc, please do, because I think there's going to be a lot of people going in to see how they can help you and work with you. And we look forward to doing this again, either virtually or maybe in person. So thank you so much. And we look forward to seeing you around.
Bye, everyone. Have a good afternoon, evening, morning. Bye. Bye.
It was good seeing you.
Thanks, everyone.